Hello and welcome back, everybody, to WD Black, the Esports Club League in association with ACD Fibernet, Zotac Gaming, and Games The Shop. I am your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co host, Foxtrot. And today's first match, of course, day 4 of the qualifiers here, is going to be Shining Heroes versus Saeva Esports on Cafe Dostoevsky. But before we get into the match, just gonna talk about a little something that came up from yesterday. That is the results from match day 3. Groups 1 through 4 of the qualifying of this group stage have concluded their matches, and we've got some interesting results to go over here. Of course, the top 2 teams of each group are stacked into divisions 1 and 2 respectively, and the bottom 2 teams are going to be going into division 3 and the phase 3 of the qualifiers. So Foxy, group 1, we have Stack going into division 1 and Phoenix going to division 2. Zentrex Esports and Gamer Syndicate in Division 3, respectively. How do you feel about that one?
I really think Stack is surely making their way back into this scene here. So for the people who are just joining us here, Stack is that pro team, if that is the word I'm looking for here, because they've been really experienced players. They are veterans in the scene, and they just took a really long break. And looks like with the WD Black, the Esports Club League coming back, or rather coming into the scene here, Stack has made their comeback as well, and they've been performing oh so amazingly. My request to everybody in the chat right now, whoever's joining us from their homes, is head on to the social media accounts of the Esports Club, that is on Instagram and Facebook, and check out the group stage results yourself. See what teams you're supporting have landed where, on what divisions that they've promoted to, or if they're going to Division 3, they're going to have to fight another Phase 3 of this qualifiers, and we'll only get into that action as we proceed ahead. What do you think about this matchup that we're going to witness here, Blackjack? That'll be Shining Heroes versus Saeva Esports. We saw both these teams go against other opponents, but not amongst each other. And both these teams have been amazing with the play that they're bringing to the table here. Cafe is going to be the map. What are the bans that you're expecting?
Well, given Cafe, map is it's quite versatile as a map, so to speak. So Cafe, I can't really say what maps, what bands I might be that they will happen. Obviously, I can't really say right now, but expecting I am an Echo band probably because Echo is actually pretty good here in Cafe. Maybe a Maestro band because Maestro as well. He's got a lot of evil eye spots to take up there, or a Valkyrie band. Valkyrie is also pretty good on Cafe. That is, of course, the defensive side. On the attacking side, I think Capital is going to maintain his ban streak because he's been banned quite a lot in the stream matches that we've seen so far. And the last attacker might be another Thatcher ban. Thatcher has been pretty. He's been banned quite a lot now that I think about it, and we might just see yet another Thatcher ban. Nice, like in this game as well. But of course, that is just my predictions. What do you think about Saeva versus Shining, being the fact that the other day we saw Saeva versus Ultra Instinct a couple days ago, and Saeva just completely walked over Ultra Instinct in that game. So with regards to that match, how do you think that now that they're up against Shining Heroes, how do you think they're going to do?
So we saw that match of Saeva. If I'm not wrong, that was Villa, right?
Yes, it
Yeah.
was.
So we saw Saeva go into Villa, and we saw one player of theirs actually be the shining factor, if I choose to use that word. It was Heartless on that IQ. He's been amazing with the frags that he was getting for his team, and more or less, it was not only a frag show for him, he was not just out looking for blood, but all of those frags were impactful frags as well. So maybe if Shining Heroes find a way to shut down Saeva Esports, or rather to be more specific, they shut down Heartless, they could just get the victory. And then again, in general, if you ask me, I know the roster of Shining Esports. They've been in this scene for way too long. They're very experienced players, whereas Saeva Esports having a fairly new roster. But then again, talent is talent, and this is esports. This is a skill-based game. It's not like you just But then again, wait a minute. Let me ask you this, Blackjack. What do you think is, I would say, more favoring on the side of balance here, when on the one side we have talent and the other side we have experience? How do you think that makes a difference in anything for that matter, not only this game that we're seeing here?
Well, if you were to ask
Mm-hmm.
me, I would say experience counts more than talent because raw
I,
talent is something obviously that there are only a few who are naturally gifted with
let,
such
let,
talent,
let me
right?
just cut you there and say that
Mm.
I
Oh.
see that you're a man of culture as well. I'm going to have to agree with that totally with the blackjack that talent surely is amazing on somebody's I would say you can obviously use talent, you obviously can develop skill as well, but then again experience beats talent any day. But will that be the case?
Absolutely.
We will find out in just a moment. All right, looks like the players are already in here, and we won't be wasting any more time to host this lobby as we are seeing Saeva Esports go against Shining Heroes in map 1, match 1 of the group stages, day 2. This is the phase 2 of the TEC qualifiers for all the teams that land up in the Division 3, I would say relegated rather. They're going to have to fight their way back for the Division 3 spots in phase 3. So this is going to be very important for these teams playing here to make sure that they maintain that victory position on top, make sure that they top the leaderboard. Let's get right into this game here.
Absolutely. And with the ban phase happening, we have the first ban being Thatcher. Just like I said just a while ago, Thatcher is a very, very good support utility type operator. He goes very well with just about anyone, especially the hard breaching team, of course, the hard breaching duo of Thermite and Hebana. Maverick can do his own thing in the meanwhile. As we are going to be going for the second ban, this one is going to be from Saeva Esports, and it is the Jackal. Okay, interesting. They're going to be taking out the operator who likes footprints, you know. I'm not going to be saying too much on that. We know everyone's aware of the meme surrounding Jackal, so
uh,
I don't feel like I need to go into detail with that one, right?
oh, you meant that. I
As
okay, never mind. I thought you were just talking about foot fetishes. Never mind. We are going to
no,
see the Echo being banned as well, and Saber Esports already taking out two very impactful operators, I would say. But just like you said, a very good prediction coming on from you, Blackjack. That Thatcher, we've been seeing him get banned quite a lot, and Cafe being that I'd say also impactful map for Thatcher. Let us see if that is going to matter on the side of Seva Esports as they try to make this attack. And all right, look at that.
oh,
The
okay.
Spanish operators, man. Why do you guys do that to them? Jackal and Mira both getting banned, and that does commence the match here as that'll also be the end of the ban phase. Round one, and let's take a quick look at these rosters. Apar, RK1, Zompire, Heartless, Shadow, Sainaga. And on the side of Shining Heroes, we have the OG Dragon, Captain Kush, the Doctor Stoneheart, and Yondu. We saw Yondu pull out that amazing 1v3 clutch the other day on Clubhouse with the Mozzie.
Mm.
Maybe we are expecting, or I'm pretty sure we are in store for such plays today as well. Only time can tell what will happen. And the first side that we'll be seeing them go will be Reading Room and Fireplace Hall. Any thoughts on that, Blackjack?
Well, reading room with the new meta in Cafe Dostoevsky after the map buff that it had has certainly picked up as a bomb site after it was introduced, and it's certainly quite viable. Some teams prefer to go to reading over Train Museum, and I can certainly see why. You know, it's got a lot more, it's got a lot of cover and a lot of areas that you can just hold really sneaky angles from. And overall, I'd say it's just a really good site, and I can see why Shining Heroes are going to be choosing to defend this area. Of course, bringing in both the castle and the Mozzie along with Mute, so that's the Mozzie Mute combo being brought into play. The smoke for area and plant pinal if it comes down to it, and of course, Doctor on that ever so trustworthy Jaeger. And actually, speaking of Jaeger, of course, I've brought this up yesterday as well. But given the way I read the designer's patch notes, right? The blog post that Ubisoft made regards to Jaeger's speed change,
Right.
and uh, I get what they're trying to go for with what they're looking to do with Jaeger's speed nerf, and I can sort of get it, but at the same time, it's like I don't really know how that's going to impact his pick rate because people usually do it for both his gun and his speed, right? He's just a great roamer that way, and a lot of people play Jaeger for his passive gadget. So I don't really think it's going to hit Jaeger's insane pick rate too much, but only time will tell, of course. If Wamai's pick rate goes up simultaneously, along with Jaeger, maybe seeing a little bit of decrease. But that is, of course, something for the future as we come back into the game. We are well into the attack phase here as 2 drones, maybe 3 drones on the top floor. The attackers making sure, Saeva Esports that is,
I love
to
that.
make sure. Yep, making sure that they're going to be clearing out the roamers as effectively as possible. A breach charge on the piano wall as Hibana has already gotten into Cigar. She's going to be putting in a breach charge on the hatch, and there is a line of sight opened into Train Museum. All well and good. There is somebody playing right by the fireplace there, but Hibana probably doesn't know that just yet. Apar knows that the barricade's there on the white stairs door, and she's going to be wary of that as Heartless and the Zofia drop in behind on, well, around Skylight, obviously. There is a defender, I believe, who is 2 defenders, in fact, playing around the side of white, both on the easters as the Zofia goes in for a push, but will be taken out by Doctor. That's his first kill. As Sai goes down on the Zofia, flashbangs are being thrown in that direction by the Ash, who's going to be pushing as well, but there's shots coming out from Castle below. Who knows that there's an Ash there? Recharge goes out, that will take out the shield, but is not going to deter the Jaeger sitting there as well, as he's going to get another kill. That's Shadow down on a beautiful headshot from the Jaeger, and RK1 is going to go for the peak. Will he be taken out? Yes, he will be. That's a triple kill sitting from the same place for Doctor, as he is just dominating this top floor push from Saeva Esports. Hibana, in the meanwhile, is going to be taken out. By the way, it says Doctor with a quad kill, and the Ash is pushing him. Is he going to get his ace? No, he's going to be denied. Heartless shuts him down in the meanwhile, gets a double kill for himself. That's Doctor Stone out of the board as well. Shots are coming out from below. He's going to see the castle, but not going to be able to take him out. Defenders winning round 1. Shining Heroes win their first round. Captain Kush with a nice piece of vertical gameplay using the UMP to secure the round.
I have no idea what Saeva Esports was doing there. 3 people peeking the same person and dying one by one, dropping bodies one by one, and that was amazing gunfight coming out from Doctor, though. Obviously, the carbine nerf does not slow the Doctor down, apparently. I'm actually glad for some reason that Doctor isn't playing the Doc, or then again, we would have some casting challenges, but for that, we have the Zofia playing with her IGN. So, I think that's already in store here. Meanwhile, Dr. Stoneheart is going to shift from the Vigil to the Goyo, while Heartless. So we saw Heartless pick up those 2 kills, but they're not impactful, obviously. And a 5 versus 1 situation, it was just a lost cause for him at that moment. And even if he got those 2 kills, it was still something that Saeva Esports should have. You know, I just think they should have prioritized their order of sending their attackers. Their Heartless being that amazing fragger, he should have been the one to pick the fight against Doctor and possibly even win it out. And not only that, not only the person being a good fragger there, Ash is more of a fragging up, and everybody else had so much utility that they could still dispense after getting the top floor. Oh, look at that. This always happens with the players, as they assume that the shield is on their secondary gadget button, but that is the special gadget of the Goyo. So it's just a little misplay there from Dr. Stoneheart.
Speaking on Goyo, going back to that designer patch, the patch notes blog there from Ubisoft, they did mention that now they have considered nerfing Goyo, and he is going to be one of his shields is going to be taken away, basically,
right,
to make sure that while he is affecting and will still be affecting the current meta, it's not going to be to the absolutely insane level that he has been so far, because they have acknowledged that, like Castle, he is a divisive operator.
Right.
And they are going to be looking into that as time goes on. So nice to see Ubisoft paying attention to all of the metas being brought in by all kinds of players in and around this beautiful game of Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, now that you talk about Castle, I actually have to point this out to so many people out there that I've heard so many people say, not in the recent times, but then again, so many people have told me that Castle is, if not one of the most useless operators that you can play on defense, and I just keep telling them that's not how you use Castle. You don't use the Castle to stop an attacker. You use them to channelize an attacker. And that is exactly how Castle should be used. And once again, we're seeing another 4 stack from Saeva here. As everybody just wants to chill on the roof. They're having a roof party here. Gridlock is finally going to rappel, but she's going to come back off it. Doesn't look like she wants to overextend and even possibly lose her life there. We're seeing the Goyo shield being placed onto that red hatch area, or the paintings if you like to call it, but there's just no contest coming out from them. Oh, look at that. The Mute playing also close with the Goyo shield to his advantage. Obviously, they could go for this, burn out the ADSs. And look at that. The stuns being popped just as I speak about it. Caster's Curse and the Goyo shield does get dispatched. And that's a little bit of work done, but that's very slow in terms of how much groundwork that they're getting done here. That's not enough side capture that is going on from the side of Saeva Esports. 1 minute mark is already here, and now it's a ticking time bomb for Saeva Esports to make sure they get those frags, they get more map control, and they even get the plan down. I think it's highly unlikely at this point for that to happen, because they really have spent way too much time on a top floor defense on trying to establish control over to Cigar. We're seeing Nomad exchanging some shots here, rather, with the Goyo. The Maestro being put to use as well. Meanwhile, Heartless on the other end is just going to push up. He's going to get a double kill for him, but he finally gets shut down from the Jaeger. A good pick coming in from the Whitehall, while Captain Kush on the other end is going to get Sainaga. It's a 3 versus 3 now. The Goyo shield does get popped off. Seeing Doctor making his way back, he's just making sure he's checking all those angles. Apart is going to creep up wide, and he's going to get that kill onto Doctor. It's a 3 versus 2, and the diffuser does go down. Now it's a post-plan situation for these defenders here, but looks like Gridlock is going to drop one, and Zompire with the last kill onto Yondu. As Saeva Esports proving me wrong, winning on round 2 of their attacking strategy here, and despite that slow push, they finally made it happen, and that was a good execute all in all.
Absolutely. And as you said, a very slow initial push. Just getting onto Cigar took them roughly well over a minute and a half. But once they established control, Ash managed to push into side, get a double kill, and begin proceedings for the attacking team. And eventually, Saeva Esports just slowly and methodically taking over site and planting diffuser. And of course, it just led to their victory. So well played to them. We are going to be going back, of course, to Bar and Cocktail Lounge as Shining Heroes are going to have to do a little bit of work on holding off a sudden push. Maybe Saeva Esports thought, okay, maybe they're thinking that, okay, we had a slow push this time. Let's try and quicken things up. They might be thinking that. Who knows? Unfortunately, if the Caster's Curse comes in, I might be completely wrong in this situation. But that is, of course, one of the joys of being a caster. You never know when you get something like just today, right? I got 50% of the bans right. I can be happy with that. Right. So just these little things that add up that make this ever so much a joyful experience. Now, they actually have, now that I see it, Shining Heroes have brought in the Valkyrie, that is OG Dragon playing on the Valkyrie there, and Yondu will be taking over the Mute, I believe that is. So they are opting for more intel using the Evil Eyes and Valkyrie's Black Eyes. Okay. Evil Eyes, Black Eyes. Let's see what you're doing. But the more intel, the better, I would say. They would definitely have a better chance of countering the kind of attack that Saeva Esports is going to be bringing up this time around. And Saeva Esports, of course, they know how to attack this side just a little bit better after the experience from last round, as that might just be that's a mid-stairs window throw cam, but will be taken up by the Gridlock, who just happened to be at the right place at the right time. Shadow, making sure that one piece of Valkyrie's intel will not go in the favor of the defenders.
Right.
Once again, all the attackers.
Okay, before I shift to the top floor cam, I'm gonna call it. I bet we are seeing a 5-stack from Saeva on the top skylight.
I mean, that is what I was about to say. Yeah.
It's just what Saeva likes to do, apparently, and it's been working out for them. We saw them do that yesterday on Villa as well. A 5-stack all onto study. They just choose one entryway, and that is exactly what they like to commit to. We're seeing Shadow trying to make some communication. They're possibly trying to get that breach done, obviously, with Apart playing the Hibana. They've got the liberty of breaching it at a proximity. I'm glad he did not go for that pellet, though. His other pellets would have destroyed his new ones.
Oh yeah, that would have been completely disastrous, and thankfully he doesn't go for that, as an unfortunate drone throw from IQ wouldn't really result in... Oh, dear me. Heartless's drone. Okay, this might just be a glitch. No, okay. That might have been just a glitch on our end. I'm not sure if the window's completely broken or the drone's just rubber banding. As Heartless, well, never mind, he doesn't need a drone. He's just going to take down Doctor. And he's already inside a cigar, being shot from well far at a very long angle from inside a sight. But he's going to be wary of that. Doesn't really take all too much damage. Dr. Stoneheart, in the meanwhile, is almost down to half HP. So he's going to be a little bit precarious with that. Here's the Evil Eye, whips out his gadget, but will be taken out in the meanwhile. Unfortunately, Yondu will get a brilliant headshot onto the IQ there, and he's gonna peek around the pillar and gonna take down the Hibana. That is a par out of the way as he's gonna drop down from the balcony. He's just waiting for his opportunity at C4ing anybody from below. He's actually holding that down quite a bit. Zofia is still there. Maybe the intel's gonna come up from his team as more action is coming in from the Evil Eyes, just zapping in and around Zofia's vicinity just a little bit. The C4 actually did hear be torn, but doesn't look like it's going to be used just yet. Zofia's actually pushed into Freezer, but will be taken out by Jaeger. That is Dr. Stoneheart getting Psy, and Nomad is also right by Freezer, as lots of firing happening from Maestro. He's just firing away into Gloria and going to get Captain Kush in the meanwhile. That is Diffuser, also dropped right outside Red, and comes out the secondary, but unfortunately won't be able to get it as, well, Nomad will be taken out by Dr. Stoneheart. A trade, operator trade coming in from the side of the defenders as Maestro goes down. Okay, Maestro may have taken a little bit of damage from Jaeger as well, unfortunately, as the defending side, that is Shining Heroes, is going to take their second round.
With Cafe being also defender powered, I would say Shining Heroes is making sure that they get that execute right and, you know, make the best out of the situation that they are put in. And with the Thatcher ban coming in from them, that is surely helping them, you know, use all of that utility, make sure that even if you're employing Mute and the Mozzie duo, look at that, just as I speak about it, there's so much less intel that Saeva are able to work with, and that is what is biting them in the back there. We saw Yondu still being able to play in those paintings area right below the new hatch drop. He got a really good shot onto the IQ there that made her way into piano. So I think Saeva should have thought about that, but then again, just like I said, they just did not have enough intel to work with because they could not drone. But we're seeing Shining Heroes once again go on to the reading and dining area, and quite interestingly, this has been that one side that has become recently a little more dependable. Obviously, it's got its choke points and I would say areas where you cannot just play at. There's so many soft walls that you're gonna have to make rotations at. There's so many soft walls that you're gonna have to make C4 throwables. But looks like Shining Heroes has come prepared, as we're seeing Captain Kush, the OG Dragon, and Dr. Stoneheart and Yondu, except Doctor, everybody running a shotgun. Look at those shells go off, and just as I speak about it, we're seeing Shadow this time around. He'll be running the Thermite. We don't see Apar going for the Hibana pick here, as looks like Saeva Esports just could not work with that change. They're going to change back to Apar, going to a little more flexible, a little more frag potential role.
And absolutely, and with that we see once again Saeva Esports making their way onto the roof. They just absolutely love the roof of Cafe Dostoevsky here. They love to be up here and they love to chill, gather intel, you know, drone from the safety of a place that the defenders cannot reach, as this drone from Psy is going to be pushing towards the east side into lounge area, and it's going to see the fact that there's a couple of operators right there. And maybe I think he's going to go for the interesting rappel onto one of the new balcony areas that does have a window on the east side. Potentially, Buck is already inside of Cigar Lounge, of course. He is sitting here in piano and going towards the White Stairs Hall. The push here from the attacker seems to be, once again, similar to how they had in the first round, always coming in from the piano area and pushing eastwards to try and get them. But the sledge this time is the change that they made, coming in from the window on the new Heaven balcony. Unfortunately, Apar is going to be taken up by RKO himself, as Yondu takes on RKO in the meanwhile. That's an unfortunate loss of Apar. The Buck going down to a team kill, and the Ash is trying to play vertical here right outside of... Ooh, however, so Stoneheart takes on side with a well-played C4, but he's going to be peeked by the Ash. Heartless gets a kill onto the Mute, and that is top floor. I believe that is top floor control established by the attackers, but they only have 2 bodies left to deal with this 3-man defense from Shining Heroes. And it's all up to the Thermite and the Ash, both the FBI operators, coincidentally enough, as shots are being fired by the White Stairs. Smoke using his utility to try and delay the Ash from coming in just yet. Instead, Heartless is going to just come down from the laundry room hatch, and he's going to push into side slowly, but will be taken down by the Mozzie, who has a nice angle onto that exact rotation, and now it's a 1v3, all up to Shadow, who has the diffuser and roughly 40 seconds in his hand. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes about this. He has a few ways to get down there. He has a lot of vertical angles that he needs to be careful of. He's actually going to be peeking one of them, but won't find anyone just yet. He's making sure no one's going by the rotate. And I actually do want to know what he's thinking in this situation. Is he thinking, like, how do I push this? Is he thinking, can I delay this and maybe make a surprise rush at the end? Definitely going to be interesting to see what he does with all of the information that he has or doesn't have, depending on what he knows. The castle barricade on the reading door will stop him from pushing, as he's going to go on the pillars, taken out by both the defenders, peeking that exact hallway as Yondu gets the kill. And with that, the defenders secure reading once again. Very, very good defense coming in from the side of Shining Heroes. They have, of course, taken a 2-round lead in this 3-1 situation on Cafe Dostoevsky here. And they're going to be going into kitchen. They've brought out the Maestro and the Bandit. So obviously there's going to be a little bit of emphasis on the cold room wall, which of course is breachable by any hard breacher. So we might see a little bit of bandit tricking happening from the defending team. The scoreboard here isn't really indicative of a whole lot. Heartless for the side of the attacker, Saeva Esports, has been doing quite a lot of heavy lifting himself. Doctor, in the meanwhile, sitting on the 5 kills himself. Both of them playing very well and keep making sure their team stays afloat in the round. And both of them have done their job quite well so far. Kitchen, of course, one of those sites that we saw quite a bit of. That we do see quite a bit of in more standard cafe holds. You know, people usually go for third floor, like the top floor, and then back to kitchen, then to reading. But those 3 are definitely the strongest sites on this map, which is actually quite ironic because before cafe was map buffed, the mining hall was the better site over kitchen, and now people just prefer kitchen over mining hall. It's quite interesting to note that little fact.
So kitchen has been that one side where defenders can always rely on to make sure that they can even try new things with such a good map rework that Ubisoft has brought in. That is allowing so much room for the defenders to even try and go for that roam strategy. And looking at Shining Heroes, I really like the emphasis that are putting on the intel denial as well as intel gather. We're seeing Valkyrie and Maestro being brought to the table, and that is giving a lot of information off to the side of Shining Heroes. We did not see Saeva though trying to also they haven't been using the utilities trying to get those Maestro cams off, or not even an IQ being brought to the board here, knowing that the opponents are running a Valkyrie. That Pico from the top does get spotted out, and once again we are having a 4-stack of Saeva going inside bakery here. A very quick take here. We're making sure that we get this flank drone set up, as nobody from red stairs can try and flank them, and the nomad charge is going to make 100% surety of nothing of that sort happening. But then again, there's so many ways you can counter stuff like that. Seeing some pre-fires coming in from Yondu here, and he'll land those. The bandit knows that the breach is going down. He's actually watching something on cams there. This guy's up to something. I mean, he's just making sure that whoever's made their way into bakery don't get the entry inside site, and that'll be the A site. There's just no push coming out from the side of Saeva Esports on the vertical play, despite running the buck, despite running the Zofia. And look at that, the Jaeger picking a fight of his own against the Blackbeard, and that is Heartless. Heartless has been amazing with his gunplay, and giving a rifle shield to him just could be the demise of Shining Heroes, as he could just walk in, he could just pick out those frags and get that victory for his team. Finally, we're seeing Saeva Esports make their way on top. They're getting that soft breach done in, making sure that nobody's trying to flank them. Oh, look at that, that flank comes in, but Sinoga is here to get Dr. Stroneheart. A lot of damage done though, and speaking of which, the Jaeger is going to down the Blackbeard, but the panic shots are coming in, and finally he gets that pistol kill onto the Blackbeard. But will that matter? The Zofia does get spotted out. She's going to get tagged along a lot. Zompire on the other end is going to be downed as well, and that is going to be their Nomad. She's on top, red stairs. Not really sure who downed her, but the revive does come in eventually. And now everybody on the side of Saeva Esports are running around scattered, as they've now got to go for the one revive. They've got to go for the breach as well. And none of that is happening like they wanted to. Shadow finally making sure they get that little breathing space, or making sure that things are going right on the side of Saeva Esports. 20 seconds left on the board, as things are going to get really ugly in this last 15 seconds of the round here. The Nomad charge is going to throw away the Jaeger, and the push from Saeva Esports is going to come in. Look at that Thermite walking in. The Bandit is going to win that fight. No, he won't. He's going to lose that. Maestro is trying to go for this Maestro cam here. Just as I speak about it, hops on it, tries to go for this counter. The diffuse Yondu on the double kill. Meanwhile, can he get that? He will. What a clutch from the Maestro, as Captain Kush, a perfect timed Maestro Evil Eye use coming from him there, and a great utility being put to use from the side of the Maestro. For some reason, I'm just at a loss of words here today. I think I just need a glass of water, and I'll just be back, Blackjack, if you would oblige me. You just handle a little bit of this round here, because what we just saw was amazing from Shining Heroes, and we need to make sure that we make it sound awesome, right? So, and it was just a good play. Just like I said, the attack not having enough map control, not using the utility. We have the Zofia, they have the Ash, they have the Buck. There's so much that they can use to get those Maestro Evil Eyes out, but none of that used, and that is what is biting them in the back there. A very slow push, and no utilities being used either.
Unfortunately, right as you said, Foxy, not enough utility being used by Saeva Esports on the attack, and even if they are using the ability, they haven't been able to use it in a way that's going to be impactful in their favor. Instead, their lack of impactful use of utility has gone against them. And just Shining Heroes, making sure to capitalize on all the mistakes that Saeva have been making so far. And Saeva have been quite interestingly very fond of the stacked push, like a 4-stack or a 5-stack push, all around like some place, sometimes the roof, sometimes bakery, sometimes right outside train. It really depends on where they want to go, but they all seem to like to go together, and it's just not worked out for them, as the stack push, in I believe the first round they couldn't even get past the 3rd floor, which was a little bit embarrassing, to be perfectly honest with you. But despite that little bit of predictability, they have managed to push Shining Heroes onto the back foot on certain occasions, but just not been able to capitalize on it, and making just some mistakes, large and small, here and there, which have really cost them the rounds. And last time, the last round on Kitchen that we had was very interesting, and it ended quite excitingly because of the Maestro play. Very well done by Captain Kush, going on the Maestro and managing to down the Thermite before he could get the plant. I mean, it was actually quite close. Speaking of Thermite, he's going to open the wall right by Piano, as Nomad's going to cover him with an air jab on the mid landing of Red Stairs, as drones are going to be going into Piano. So it looks like Saeva Esports are going to be hastening their push towards Piano, or at the very least their drone work, as Zofia in fact goes down here right by the reading room door. That is OG Dragon on the Valkyrie, taking a little bit of damage, but with the help of Dr. Stoneheart on the Jaeger, watching from the edge of the 3rd floor balcony, is going to be able to get that kill onto Zofia. Sai goes down, unfortunately. A very good utility operator for the attacking team is out of the equation, as the ADS has been burned by Ash using a flashbang to prep a grenade throw from a par on the Buck. Gonna be interesting to see if he gets the... Well, they definitely know that there is a Goya shield right there, and that grenade is going to be able to get that Goya shield right on time. More drones coming into sight, as Saeva, now that they're past the minute 10 mark, are going to be trying to push as hard as they can in and around sight. Lots of gun firing happening on the Red Stairs and in the Piano area. Unfortunately, Jaeger going for a peekaboo by that desk thing he was at. Unfortunately, we taken it out by a par. That is Buck getting a nice kill onto Jaeger. Dr. Stoneheart goes down, the first defender down for this round. Now, the attackers once again are very stacked on the western end of the map, and they could be taken out quite easily from a well-placed flank, or really anything, as the freezer door, cold room door is going to be, cold room wall is going to be opened by Thermite. That is a nice use of the Brimstone Charge, a nice use of cover, making sure that the Evil Eye couldn't open its shutters to take out the recharge. Ash is going to be pushing right up by the openings made into sight and going to get some shots onto the operator on white stairs, but unfortunately not enough to kill him. That's Doctor on the Goya, I believe, goes on the very low HP, and it is almost time for gunfires to start happening. Goya will be able to take down the Ash, however, in the meanwhile, as he gets another kill. Doctor with a triple make that, and he's now got the last operator to clean up on inside of Cold Room, but that will be Captain Kush cleaning up on RK1. Goyo bringing out just a little bit of a few dance moves, making sure his crouch key is working. And once again, the defending team, Shining Heroes, making sure that the stacked push won't come out to work for Saeva. And now in row swap, they sit very, very pretty at 5-1.
Definitely, this is another day of total dominance coming in from Shining Heroes this time around, as the Saeva Esports sadly are going to be on the receiving end of it. We saw once again a very slow push coming on from the attacking side, and I think Saeva Esports is just not prioritizing on what operator roles they want them to play. Just like I said, they had four different rounds rather, where they tried to attack and they made sure that, alright, there's a Maestro in play. Alright, there's this Goyo in play. We've got the Buck, we've got the Zofia, but how are we using them? We're not. We're sending the Zofia down below. That gets picked up by the Valkyrie. And then the Buck does manage to get that one Goyo shield from the side of paintings from the new hatch, with a lot of utility being wasted, all for nothing, as there was nobody playing there anymore. He just had to fall back, and Saeva Esports exactly falling for the kind of tactics that Shining Heroes are bringing to the table here. But with that being said, Cafe rather, is a defender-sided map, and now we'll be seeing the side swap come in as Saeva Esports is going to go on to defense. This could be that chance for Saeva Esports to try and bring some rounds up, or even stop Shining Heroes from proceeding to match point. We'll be seeing the castle being employed in a very unorthodox castle strat by... Alright, the bounce there is going to... Oh, that's sad.
Oh dear.
She cannot even retrieve it. That's just unfortunate.
That is just sad.
Oh!
Oh no! Not another one!
Oh no. We
Shadow.
didn't see that. It's okay, Shadow. Nobody saw that. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's alright. Don't worry about it. Well, that's just a little bit of a mistake there. But, you know, we learn something new every day. Now we know not to throw a Valkyrie cam at the decorations inside of the by the piano near the Christmas tree.
Right.
So there is that. You know, just a little lesson here for all of our Siege players, as a recharge is going to be placed on the castled out window of a piano. Speaking of piano, actually, and the flashbangs are being thrown out to maybe burn out the ADS inside of the piano room. In the meanwhile, Buck and Nomad, along with the Zofia, who's coming in for that repel now, looks like Shining Heroes are taking a little lead out of Saeva Esports' book and making a stacked push, but they're going to be using their Zofia concussion nades and the impact nades to take out and flush out the Goyo.
That is exactly what we love to see. Look at that utility
Right
use
there.
that is coming from Shining Heroes there. They got those stuns in first, made sure there's no DSs. They got the Zofia charges and dispatched two Goyo shields.
Wait a minute.
And almost no time.
Is Goyo using the
Yeah, I know, right? I was almost about to say it. I just didn't want to, overstress that fact that Skeleton Key out in hand, and OG Dragon is here to pick the fight. He assumes somebody's playing close to this here, but the drone is going to come in and assure him of his safety, as nobody's going to be playing close to that bathroom here. Meanwhile, Valkyrie is going to be playing inside Freezer in a very tough spot to play in, as he's getting spotted along, and Doctor meanwhile is going to get one onto Apar. He knows there's somebody onto that new heaven, or the new has drop as they like to call it. The C4 does come in, but does not connect anything so far. The flank is coming in from the Jaeger here. Could he make a fair difference for his team? Not yet. We're seeing Dr. Stoneart being also vigilant for his team, while Yondu is just going to be stationed on the top of the skylight here, making sure that nobody's allowed to free roam on the side of the freezer or even the bathroom. Seeing those frags coming in, and look at that, OG Dragon spotting the head of the Jaeger, but just missing it by an inch there. Sure, he's got to connect his shots. He's going to go for this push, but he finds out that is actually reinforced by the... Meanwhile, the plan is going down on side. OG Dragon with a lovely flick onto the Maestro. He does spot the Goyo, but will that be the case for him? Does he get this kill? or will he try and frag out on side? He's so confused between his target prioritization, and that is what is going to cost him. Now it's a 2 versus 2 and make that a 2 versus 1. Only 9 seconds left on the clock. Yondu is going to get one. Can he get the other? It's a 1 versus 1. Both are on full HP. RQ and Zompire doesn't know where he's coming from, and Yondu wins that. Shining Heroes with an amazing clutch there. Yondu once again, just like I predicted in the beginning of this matchup, Yondu's been amazing with his clutch plays. 1v3 yesterday and a 1v2 today. What a play coming in from that IQ there, and that is going to put Shining Heroes on match point. What a round.
Absolutely, very, very well played by Yondu there to finish out the run for his team in that absolutely desperate clutch situation. And he kept his cool, managed to make sure that the defenders didn't know where he was coming from and getting the clutch, putting his team on match point 6-1. Very, very, very big lead here coming out from Shining Heroes as they continue their reign of terror on Saeva Esports, which is, well, some might say this is what Saeva Esports did to Ultra Instinct the other day, and they are facing the music today, which is quite ironic. Yes, indeed. Karma right there, as you said it. And it's going to be very, very exciting to see if Shining Heroes are able to make this a 7-1 walkover, or is this going to be Saeva Esports coming back, like making an epic comeback once again? Well, one thing's for absolutely certain, that Vector might not, is definitely not going to help them, if you ask me. I'm sorry.
I'll have to agree with you. I'll actually have to agree with you, because obviously the TCSG is the superior gun that you would want to use, and we saw Shining Heroes bring that on the table. Alright, Shining Heroes are men of culture, but apart, come on man, why would you use the Vector? You've got to use the TCSG here. That is way too overpowered for my liking, or anybody's liking for that matter. We're seeing another castle strat once again coming up from the side of Saeva Esports, as looks like a similar setup this time around, except for look at that change in the castle barricades that they've made here. But I'm actually concerned, will that even matter, because they've got a lot of soft reach on the side of Shining Heroes, as now all they have to do is make sure they convert this one round, and we are seeing Saeva Esports setting up all in perfection. The real thing that matters here is what it comes down to at the end of these rounds. Seeing that recharge being placed here on that castle barricade, it will get blown away. Possible peek coming in from him, and the stun grenade, he notices him and gets that kill. Heartless being aggressive here is going to punish Dr. Stoneheart for not checking his corners or not having any drones on him. Look at that, drone does finally come in, but it's a little too late, as we've already lost one life on the side of Shining Heroes. 5 versus 4 now. Still got to hold this angle. He's making sure he's checking all those angles. He's trying to be aggressive here, that the box does spot him. Will he land his shots there? He doesn't want to overextend his peak. Goes for that reverse rappel instead. And there you go. That play from the buck is what is going to cost the life of Heartless. The breach is coming in as well. And a perfect play from the buck there. Very well played, rather, as if you'd ask me, by Dragon. He made the Jaeger think that he is rappelled down below, but he just bamboozled him with that little maneuver that he brought to this table. Apart getting ready for that peak, but Buck is just going to pre-fire in his general direction so far. They got that breach open, and now it's the Zofia show. Just as I speak about it, the lifeline does get taken, and look at that, he's getting burned to death. Apart is just going to fall back. He doesn't want to overextend his peak here. Dr. meanwhile on the other end is going to get Sainaga, as things are falling apart so quickly for Saeva Esports. It's a 3 versus 3 now. Make that a 2 versus 4 as alright, that's a power play spot coming in from Zompire. He's going to drop one, while Shadow on the other end is going to get another. It's essentially a 2 versus 2 on the side of Saeva Esports, as they're trying to keep things alive for their team now. He gets that down frag finally, making it a 2 versus 2 and a double kill for Zompire. He's going to land his shots, and that'll be Doctor taking out the board. It's all down to OG Dragon, the captain of this team, to land his shots now. He's going to have to make these clutches happen. 30 seconds left on the board and only 5 HP on the buck. A lot of time to work with. He knows where his positions are coming in from. He just doesn't want to overextend his peaks here. A possible maneuver from the castle is in play here. That is why he's got to check all these angles. But where's the castle? He's going to be in this small room, and his position does get given away. He's going to rotate back. He's just bamboozling the castle at this moment, but I led by Speak, and Saeva Esports stay alive. By the breadth of their hair there, I would say, but It's still good work coming in from those two defenders, and those two defenders only doing so much work for their team. Round 9 is what we are going to proceed to. Mind you, Shining Heroes still sit on match point.
Absolutely well done by the Castle and the Valkyrie right there to win out that round for their team as Saeva Esports keep their hopes alive in this matchup right here. They definitely want to go for that win. They definitely want to make this comeback happen. And Shining Heroes, well, they have a few rounds to lay out to like experiment and play around with, but they're not going to be going for too much experimentation. I hope personally, because you want to clean up as fast as you can. You don't want to play around with your food too much because if you do, it might just come back to bite you. As the OG Dragon is actually gonna switch out from the Zofia to the Lion. That's a interesting six pick there. Your Zofia, I would argue, has a bit more utility than Lion, who's more of a general intel type operator. And I mean, if we all remember the early days of Lion back in Operation Chimera, let's just not even go there. Oh, the absolute terror has been, well, he's been tamed a little bit, but, he's still pretty annoying to deal with, especially in ranked where he's like, it's like a Lion Rush meta. That's still there, though not to that extent, but it's still pretty annoying to have to deal with that over and over again.
I think
but,
that is what Shining
of...
Heroes are trying to go for. They've realized the fact that maybe we just bring Lion on board, bamboozle the defenders here and there, scatter them a little, and make sure we get those frags and play out on our guns only. You don't even maybe need to go for the breach. But then again, obviously there's a whole another perspective of what is going on in the team comms right now, as we'll be seeing Lion making sure he gets that barricade off, and it'll be a bakery push on the terms of the attacking stance here that is being presented by Shining Heroes. Saeva Esports are facing some real pressure now, as they've got to make sure they get 4 rounds in succession to make that comeback happen. And based off the performance so far, I would say that's tough, but it's still in the books. Just like we say, defense is favored on this map. That is exactly what we saw Saeva Esports do in the last round, with a really good power play spot coming in from the Castle there. Heartless, the fragger of his team, is just going to chill out. He's just chilling out at the cocktail bar here. He's going to fall back from the top side. Anyways, as the push is getting determined from the side of Shining Heroes. A good stack up coming in from Shining Heroes this time around as well. There's little to no. Alright, just I stand corrected. I almost thought there's a note or flank watch being put from Shining Heroes, and look at that headshot. Ooh. The Lion is going to land. It's a 4 versus 5 already, and we've not even reached the half-minute mark. Look at that, the dog gets spotted out as well. He's waiting for that peek, and what a flick coming in from the Lion. He's going to hurt his teammate, but the Sledge is going to be picking up that kill. He goes for this push and he gets it. Just like I said, the Lion is just wrecking havoc. The triple kill from the OG Dragon. It's all down to Heartless to clutch it out for his team, but he is offside. He's got to make this push happen. The plant is going down, and it has gone down successfully. It's a post-plant situation in a 1 versus 4, as all hopes and dreams of Saeva Esports hang on this man's shoulders. Now the flashes are what are irritating him, and more than that are just confusing him at this moment. A stack up from Shining Heroes just could take him out at any moment now. He's so afraid to take these gunfights. He knows that he doesn't stand at an advantage. Can he make this peak happen? But that Nomad putting so much pressure on him. Every angle is being watched, and Shining Heroes are going to win round 9 with a 7-2 dominating performance, and that is our match 1 of the group stage. Oh, the Capita. He almost got the Nomad charge there. They're too excited. Yondu. All right.
Well then, absolutely beautiful attack coming out from the side of Shining Heroes, as they will win this round in a dominating 7-2 lead. And very, very well played. Actually, good use of the Lion. OG Dragon just rushing it aside, getting those initial kills. And that just completely sealed it for Saeva Esports. Unfortunately, the Jaeger not enough to bring them back, as that was the first match of tonight, and very well played to Shining Heroes.
As well played indeed. That'll be it for the moment from us, guys. This is me, Foxtrot, and my co-caster Blackjack signing off. We'll be back in just a while with the match 2 of our phase 2, that is the group stages. Just hang in there, guys. We'll be back with more siege action.
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on. A 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
I'm gonna do anything for you. I'm gonna
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
I wanna be with you.
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
Alrighty then, hello everybody, and welcome back to WD Back, the Esports Club League in association with ACD Fibernet, Zotac Gaming, and Games The Shop. I am your host once again, Blackjack, joined by my co-host Foxtrot, as we are directly into the game here at Cafe Dostoevsky. It is Hoffen Esports versus Gazelle's Esports. So, Foxy, how do you feel this game's gonna go? How do you feel this ban phase is gonna go down?
I think we are getting to see the second map being Cafe as well, and look at that. That's a very interesting ban coming out from the side of Gazelle Esports. And looks like everybody's come prepared here. Hoffen knows exactly what they're doing, while Gazelle also not wasting any time on banning those operators. And look at that. Hoffen is going to take out Thatcher once again on Cafe. Is Cafe the new coastline? Are we going to see more Cafe maps being thrown around the upcoming group stages matches that we'll be getting to witness? And that will be one more in today's list especially. Let me just go back and check that. That'll be Raven Esports. So I'm not really sure if that is Raven Esports against who though. Anyways, it's Instinct Esports. So that'll be an interesting match as well. But coming back to the match in hand, Hoffen Esports versus Gazelle's Esports. Mira and Echo are going to be taken out. So only one difference from the last match that we got to see was the Jackal being put out the board. This time it'll be Thatcher and Capita to take the damage, and let's see where Gazelle chooses to go on this matchup. And just like you were saying, Blackjack, I think this is going to be a rather equally favored match, as both these teams are potentially very good. But mind you, we saw a very, I would say, unfortunate turn of events in the recent matches. We saw Mercenaries not perform against Kira. We saw the last map that Saeva was so dominating against the opposition team. I just, for some reason, I can't remember the name. Sunset Ninjas on Villa, and we just saw them getting beat by Shining Heroes in a 7-2 scoreline on the same map. That was Cafe. So, all right, okay. For 1 second, I just could not see the UI of the host, and I was like, wait a minute. Ubisoft
Yeah,
things.
that would have been.
At this point, I think we've all gotten ourselves accustomed to some boxing glitches here and there, but in the end, it's a really beautiful game that we are getting to play here, that we're getting to witness, and more than that, we are all here witnessing the rise of the Indian esports scene in general, that the Esports Club is uplifting for everybody in the Rainbow Six Siege community. So, on a very personal note, a huge thanks to the Esports Club making sure that the Rainbow Six Siege action comes to you guys non-stop every single day of the week for 5 months straight from today onwards, as we are going to proceed into this matchup here, that is phase 2 in group stage, the second match for the day. What are your predictions here, Blackjack? What do you think is going to happen here?
Well, given everything that I know about these two teams, which mind you, I don't know a whole lot about Gazelle Esports, so my prediction might not be in their favor, but I do know Hoffen Esports. I know some of the players personally myself,
Right.
so I'm a little biased towards them because I've seen them play. I've actually played against them in a LAN situation before,
Right.
like a test LAN sort of thing. We've had things done here and there, so I know how they play. And given everything as lockdown right there's gonna
Alright.
take down Mikasa. That's the first defender castle right off the board. And well, speaking of lockdown, he's actually a really good player, has some great aim, great game sense, and he just knows the game in and out. So do of course the other teammates that he has: Lame, Killen, Kuntal, and Luther. So like I said, I'm a little biased towards them, but I'll try not to make that reflect on my casting, as we are going to be moving on to the minute 48 mark. And as top floor control is being established by Hoffen, they're going to try and make sure that second floor and third floor, they do not leave any flank routes open for the defenders to come and mess up their positioning,
Right. You wouldn't
as
want that happening.
they are already on the second floor here. IQ using her RED is going to take out both the bandit batteries on the cold room, leaving that open to be breached by the thermite. That is Lame. And he's actually going to go for the hatch right now. So that is the first brimstone charge being placed down, as vertical gameplay is being established by Kuntal on the Ash. He still has one breach charge left for that one more, for one more use, obviously, as the hatch will now be actually open by thermite. The push seems to be happening on the east side with a little bit of vertical gameplay established. So the defenders are obviously going to have to adjust their
That's
positions accordingly.
the pacing of Hoffen Esports is just amazing. They got the breach done on the hatch. They made sure they get the freezer breach done with no contest coming from the side of Gazelle's Esports, and that could just bite them in the back. Now we're looking at 40 seconds here, a quick roam clear on the top. They got that kill without any damage done to them, and now they're already back to site, making sure they're getting all those breaches done. 30 seconds only on this round remaining, and Kuntal is going to drop Kaio, and that is going to be an important kill for them, as we are seeing Lay push into site here. This will be the plant coming in from them. The plant is going down. Meanwhile, the cover from the Nomad is going to be very crucial for this plan to go down, but Zoom is going to land his shots, and that'll be on to Kultan, but Killen is here to refrag. Just like I said, the perfect cover coming in from him, and now it's all down to Zoom to make this clutch happen for his team. He's stationed inside prep room here, as he's getting spotted out by the IQ above. Oh, he's just taking some shots to his body, and now finally he's going to get dropped out. What a round coming in. All right, okay. Okay, lockdown.
Yeah, that was some hilarious positioning from lockdown. He was trying to play at a perpendicular angle to those bars and just not working out in his favor. Unfortunately, Zoom didn't seem to realize in time, which led to his demise. That was, of course, the Jaeger. As on Cafe Dostoevsky right here, Hoffen is gonna go 1-0 up, and that is the first round that we are over and done with. Very well done by Hoffen to push and as you said, the pace from them in their roam clear, in their utility use, in their breach, everything was done quickly, efficiently. They knew what they had to do. They did it. They executed effectively, got the plant off inside a site, cleaned up on the defenders, and now we're here at round 2. Hoffen has made their scoreboard come alive.
Surely a really good execute from the attack. I'm actually very impressed. I'll have to admit, I thought for a moment that they would get slowed down on what they're trying to do, but the moment they realized that there's nobody roaming, let's just sweep these, or I would say capture rather the map, one by one room at a time, but do that at a very good pace. And that is exactly opposite of what we saw happen in the last match. And maybe that is why I might be a little, sounding a little over to fanboy over my boys here and Hoffen Esports. But then again, we've got Rome play coming out from the side of Gazelles, and that'll be Mikasa Auntie. Quite a name, man. I love our community. How did they even
Absolutely.
come up with these names?
Some brilliantly creative and sometimes a little challenging.
Yeah, I'll have to agree to that.
Sai, I'm looking at you. But that is, of course, just one of the beautiful facets of having a community this way. Supporting through a massive tournament as the WD Black, the Esports Club League is, and that is, of course, the best part of all this. We get to see all of these players do their absolute best and perform in a game that we all have mutually come together to enjoy.
Right.
So, with that being said, coming back into the game, of course, once again, Hoffen Esports going for that very defined and efficient roam play that they have shown themselves to be able to do. As a visual, that's Mikasa is going to be holding a bit of a coconut bra angle.
Yeah.
We see that video. We've all seen that one. And he's going to be not particularly droned out, but the drones know his general location thanks to the use of his gadget. And now they will know exactly where he is because shooting, of course, takes out the his gadget, like the one that cloaks him from drones, is going to be disabled. And now that they know where he is, and Visual knows that they know where he is, he's going to be peeking White Chair. He's going to be taken down by the Ash. That is, of course, Kuntal right there on the Ash, once again, taking down that first operator. Vigil is off the board. Mikasa, unfortunately, going to go out early, but the Zofia is down. That's Luther by the brown stairs. A good peek from Zoom, but he's going to be droned out. And as the attacker's pushing, is he going to be able to save himself in time to get back to site? Maybe not. Zofia's going to get revived to 20 HP. Nomad's already on the 90 hallway and pillars, as well as some vertical sightlines being established by Lockdown on the IQ. And there goes Zoom. That is the Jaeger taken off the board. Killen cleaning up on the Jaeger, and that is the Roamers being taken out quickly and efficiently. Once again, Hoffen Esports bringing their A game.
What?
And what? Maestro. Hello, Equinox. That is not how you maestro. Thank you very much. He's going to be losing his Evil Eye to a unfortunate timed shutter opening to the IQ, who didn't even need to take out her gadget to spot that one. And Brimstone Charge definitely went off. That was, I believe, the cold room hatch. IQ is going to be trying to get the bandit batteries on the cold room wall right now. And right there, as they go out, Thermite's going to be placing down his recharge, and that is going to be cold room wall opened in just a second as Ace is going down inside of sight as well. Vertical play being established by Hoffen as their main attackers push site. Flashbangs being thrown. Of course, you have the Maestro right by the bomb. He's making sure no one's pushing to the cold room. He has that LMG of his, of course, but he's going to be shot from vertical angles as well. So he needs to be careful and he needs to keep constantly moving so as he's not taken out. Flashes are still coming into sight. He's going to dodge them all, but will be taken down, unfortunately, as Luther from the second floor gets yet another. That's going to be the second kill. As well, Kuntal in the meanwhile is going to take down Kyo. I'm not really sure how you pronounce that. But that is the cleanup, and once again, a very good round coming out from Hoffen. They go 2-up here on Cafe Dostoevsky.
And once again, we saw textbook play coming from the side of Hoffen there, and it was just well played by them. I don't really have anything to add or break down for our audiences out there. They just did exactly what they had to do. We saw the IQ make sure once that call was made that the Jaeger is the second roamer playing on the sides of trains. She made sure that gets that soft breeze done on top, so she prevents any or all rotations in and out of that room, and that was just well played by the side of Hoffen Esports, and they're looking well coordinated on attack, and looks. Let us see how long they can keep that up, as we'll be seeing Gazelles finally realizing they just cannot defend the bottom side anymore. They'll be going to a little more, I would say, fan favorite side, as it is more preferred to play on the cocktail here. But then again, if you'd ask me, kitchen is a little more safer to play at, as there's just so many ways that you can attack the side of the kitchen defense, while cocktail just has one reliable attacking potential. Meanwhile, seeing Kaio getting those reinforcements done, and as well as those Valkyrie placements, unlike the last match, we won't be seeing any mishaps happening. on those black eyes being placed. Look at that. It's just a simple cam, but it's going to be enough to trade off info for their team. Killing, just chilling here. If I'm allowed to say that, I mean, I don't want to sound, I don't want to make dad jokes, but I just can't help it anymore at this point.
I mean, that's just unfortunate. But, we're all prone to the odd dad joke or terribly placed pun here and there. No one's immune to it. So, it's not really much of a big deal in my eyes, as the attackers now often are going to be stacking up on towards the roof, making sure that their drone work is as immaculate as ever. And as the hatch is open, the drone's going to be going through red. Some shots were fired by, I believe that was Zoom on the Jaeger. Don't really know what he was aiming for there. And, okay. Doc has a nice angle on that rappel from, that is, I believe, the Ash. He's going to see the window being broken, and he knows that there's someone there. But does the Ash know that Doc is right here? Have they droned out this side enough? Maybe. The Ash, I think she's looking directly at him through the wall. In the meanwhile, Thermite's gonna, okay. Almost a terrible peek from Kuntal there as he was trying to throw out a flashbang. Doesn't take all too much damage, thankfully. He's only on 75 HP, which is all well and good. He's gonna survive for just the time being, as now the Doc, with his position given away, is gonna have to be really careful, as he's gonna get upside down peek, but he's gonna get the headshot onto Kuntal. Ace getting a nice kill onto the Ash. That is one of the fragging ops out of the way, as Lane in the meanwhile has actually gone down on the rest. He's going to be revived by the Sophia, but Mikasa is gonna take down Luther right next to him. The Sophia goes down, and the attackers Hoffen are losing a few bodies here. They don't seem to know exactly what they're doing because they're all stacked up right by the red stairs and a couple on the hatch. Actually, one on the hatch, if I'm not wrong. So, of course, excuse me, Killing over here, right by the red stairs door. He's trying to make sure he can get in, but he's stunned by Ella's Gershwat mine. Very good use of utility, Mikasa, with this passive gadget. And Doc has still not been dislodged. In fact, he has been joined by the Ella now, who has rotated all the way from the first floor up through white. And Hoffen, that's another man down as Ace gets yet another kill onto Killen. The Ella will go down, and the Doc, very good rappel in from Luther, but he's the only one remaining in the last 40 seconds of the round. Whips out his pistol, but will be taken up by a C4 of all things. Kyo down there is gonna get the C4 kill on the IQ, and that will be the first round won by Gazelle Esports here. Very well done, actually. Not letting Hoffen proceed past Piano like at all.
That was really a good hold coming up from the Dog there, and kudos to the Ella also making sure that the flank comes in at the right time. She did get a drop early, and that was lame, the hard breacher for the team who got down. But meanwhile, while the revive did come in, she even managed to claim another life in that rotate. She made sure that she goes up white stairs, and in all means, it was just well played by Gazelle, and looks like both these teams have come really well prepared, and we are seeing an amazing portrayal of teamwork. And that 6-pick coming in from the side of Gazelle Esports will be the Valkyrie, switched out for the Mute, as looks like they've understood the fact that Hoffen is not working well without information, so let's cripple them at that point. That is exactly why we're seeing the Mute being employed here. Equinox, rather, is still going to be playing the Maestro, as a lot of intel is what you need to make sure that the push happens, obviously with no Valkyrie in play, so none of those black eyes. And that is exactly why we'll be employing the Evil Eyes here. Standard rotations coming in from the side of Gazelle Esports here, while we'll be seeing Mikasa Auntie. Once again, he's going to be on top. He's going to make sure this is what he calls home and try and hold, or rather waste as much time as he can. He's going to spot that drone out. It's a little misplay there in terms of drone economy. You would want to save your drones to make sure that you get early information on these defenders. But anyways, that's or not say that is that huge advantage, but the way these guys have been playing out, I mean, now that just makes me level up on my I would say threshold of how I judge these guys. But then again, we all make little mistakes here and there, and I can only be forgiven. Let us see if Hoffen Esports is going to forgive Gazelle Esports for winning that one round or taking it away from them. An amazing display of skill there. Round 4 in play, and we've almost reached this 2-minute marker here, and not much being established from the side of Gazelles. Meanwhile, seeing Kuntal making his way up with the Ash. He's got a drone to help him out. This could just be that scalpel in this surgery that Hoffen is carrying out now, as he's doing a lot of work actually.
Yeah, he's sneaking in right here.
he's already made his way so close to the site, and that is going to give it away.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. His position
There you go.
does get given away. But do the defenders know that? The
Is there
site has-
anybody in there?
Wait
even?
a minute.
Yeah.
But that could
one's in there.
still work for Gazelle, if you ask
Yeah.
me. I mean,
They
they've
have
got
like lines
yeah.
of sight.
Look at that setup coming from Gazelle. So they've brought a failsafe, but will that matter and for how long? Will Kuntal just win those fights? We know how amazing Ash as an operator is.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's only going to come down to that gunfight that Kuntal is going to have to make in just a while, as we observe a lot of map control, many things are going on. Meanwhile, the Vigil is going to be picking fights sooner or later on the top floor, while somebody from the attacking team, and that will be locked down on the IQ, keeping him busy. Meanwhile, look at that push coming in from the side of Hoffen Esports as they are getting prepped for that push, and Thermite is going to go for that breach as they establish a walk-in for themselves onto site here. Kuntal is stationed here on the 90 hallway, while Ruther is going to get one and Mikasanti on another, while Kuntal is going to finally get ace. He knows that the flank is coming in from the Vigil. Nomad charge is what is going to help him get that double kill for himself and secure this flank. Lame is going to be dropped as it's essentially a 2v2 and make that a 1 versus 2 now, as Killen is just going to drop bodies and Hoffen Esports are going to win it out just by the frag game that they brought to this table, and an amazing presence of mind into understanding where Gazelle Esports lack in their setup and exactly pushing from there. They had no, or rather minimal, pressure being put to top, just only acting as a distraction, and that is what got them that win. Well played by Hoffen Esports, man. They are impressing me, I'll have to say that.
Absolutely, and one major glaring flaw that Gazelle left in their defense was the fact that despite having those lines of sight, they didn't really have enough intel as to who's pushing where in and out of Train Museum to actually capitalize on that 3-stack push that they had, because that would have been very punishable had the Vigil pushed down just a few, say 10 seconds sooner. Unfortunately, not going in the way of Gazelle's, and we're gonna see them go to, I think this is kitchen. Yes, it is. So we are back onto the kitchen side as Gazelle's is just trying to find a site where they can, well, of course, outside of the 3rd floor, they did defend 3rd floor properly, but they are trying to find a site that they can go to when they have defended 3rd floor to stop Hoffen Esports from basically walking all over them at this point.
Exactly, but not going, Gazelle, though, that one round that they got into their bag was really well played by them. They realized that let us not waste any more utility on how we are trying to hold angles or how we are, getting too methodical on our hold here. Let's just play out on frags, and we saw that Doc play a rather unconventional position there by the sofas. He can get pinched from any window, and you can just cut off the rotation from the white windows as well. But he just chose to commit to it. He's got the slim pistols to his advantage as well, and he made sure that he gets that victory. Will that be the case? But we're not seeing Gazelle Esports bring a similar lineup this time around for their defense. That'll be onto kitchen as we come back to it. They've lost twice on it already. Will Hoffen Esports still be surgical with the push that they're making here? We're seeing some early breaches, and that'll just be, that's a lot of reconstruction happening on the top floor of this map here. With that, Lockdown and, Killen and Kuntal rather, stationed up top. And Lockdown is going to join them in just a moment. Vigil is going to be holding this bear spot, as I like to call it, as there's a bear trophy right on top of him. As look at that. Thank you, Vigil, for showing us that one. And Luther, meanwhile, on the other end, is going to get dispatched by Mikasa. And looks like that was on the new hatch drop. I'm not entirely sure where he got that kill. But this is going to be that saving grace, or could act as a saving grace for the side of Gazelle Esports. The Qualifiers are coming in from the side of the Vigil, but it's a bloodbath as Kuntal is going to walk in and get a double kill for himself. What a lovely gunplay from this Ash over here. It's a great sweep for that roam player, and that is going to end the roam for Gazelle Esports. And now, once again, they're going to play on their back foot now, and as things are just getting intense as Gazelle Esports not realizing on what front are they going to counter. Hoffen Esports is just falling apart way too quickly on that roam game, as I think personally that has to get stronger at least in the coming rounds up. They've got the clear advantage here, but then again Gazelle could just have something up their sleeves there. IQ, doing IQ things, making sure she's getting all of that utility out. A breach once again is going to come in from Hoffen Esports as it's a textbook push. Get that breach on the hatch, get that breach on the freezer, and no contest from Gazelle so far. So we're seeing Bandit playing the long hallway, or rather close to the prep room. So there's no Bandit trick in place as well, but Equinox not having any of his impacts left, so none of those impact plays either. C4 just got dispatched from the side of Gazelle Esports as well. That's a lot of utility being expelled from the side of Gazelle, knowing that there's only a planned denial that they'll have to work with as the side push is coming anytime from Hoffen. And just as I speak about it, the stun grenades do come in. A double duty push from Hoffen is on. The Nomad is in. Will that matter? She does get that goo mine. 20 seconds left only, and look at that play from the Valkyrie. This could just be the saving grace for Gazelle Esports. She just has to time it right. Equinox adding a little room for the Valkyrie to work with. He's going to get one, but Killing is here to shut him down. Eventually, the plant is going down. The Valkyrie has to just stop the plant. No, she doesn't get it. She gets sniped. What is going on? Over Esports. Oh my god. That disrespect from the Nomad here. Oh my god, Hoffen Esports. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, that came so close.
Cold in the cold room right there. A cold dispatch happening from the Nomad. Very well. Well, actually, it would have almost worked. We did see Valkyrie switch aim towards the IQ who was planting. Unfortunately, wasn't able to secure enough shots to get at least a down to stop the plant because we were already gone from the main round timer. It was all on the defuse going down, which was stalling the round end, right? Unfortunately, just Nomad was in the right position at the right time, getting that knife kill. And I would say actually he pretty much saved the round.
Yeah,
right
that was so close. Oh my god! Wow.
Very close.
It was really, really close. If only the Valkyrie would have, not prioritized that first white peak and just would have pre-fired that default plant spot, maybe she would have even won that fight. But the the few bullet traces that came out from her in the beginning of that gunfight is what gave away the position to the Nomad and Killen, making sure he's converting on that kill, not wasting any time to bring that knife out and cut it right through the body of the Valkyrie, securing that round for Hoffen Esports. And what a great play coming out from them, all in all. Now 4-1 is the scoreline that we are staring into, and things are getting spicy as now Gazelle Esports has to step up their game. We're seeing them go back onto Cocktail, as that'll be the third time we saw the kitchen defense not work out for them. This will be the last round before we see them move on to the role swap. What are your predictions for this round around? We're seeing Mikasa play that Vigil, but he hasn't been also dominating. I mean, he's surely making his presence being felt, but on the way the K1A is usually employed, is just not that kind of dominance that we like to see.
On that note, actually, more than that is that Mikasa, despite being able to waste the attacker's time to some extent, hasn't quite done his job to the fullest. He hasn't always gotten the kill. Sometimes he's been dispatched a little too early for his team's liking. As hello, another cheeky angle coming out from Ace over here. This time, of course, the dock with a punch hole right by the piano.
For a second, I was like,
there.
Where is the chimney in the map?
Yeah, it was confusing. But as Luther's going to take down Mikasa, as I said right there, sometimes he's been taken out a little too early for his team's liking. Oh, dear me. Doc is going to get flashed right there. A nice little flash nade coming out from the Ash, repelling on the piano window. As Thummer's going to open piano's main wall. Some pre-fires coming out from Zoom. But he's not going to get anybody. He's unfortunately given his position away. And now they know that there's somebody roaming down on the second floor. More flashbangs coming out from the Ash as Kunto looks to push Ace inside of Cigar. Are we going to see a repeat of what happened a couple rounds ago? Is Ace going to be able to secure his position? Lockdown certainly has a lot to say about the roam game being employed by Gazelle, as Ace is also going to go down. Excellent drone work and conversion from Killen right there, as he's going to take down the Doc. And now it's all up to the remaining defenders on the east side of the building. Ash is going to push straight through, take out Equinox, and it's all on the Valkyrie. She's going to get a double kill. A triple kill, in fact. Right. Kyo's the only one keeping this round alive for Gazelle Esports. And now the push is from White. He's sitting inside of Cold Room. He knows where the push is coming from because of the pre-fires happening from Hoffen Esports. But the Thermite is still alive, and he's going to be opening that Cold Room wall from Piano. His west side, Valkyrie's west side, is just slightly more compromised as the drones are looking for him. It's now basically turned into a game of hide and seek with some very high stakes right here. As Thermite's gonna push in and he's gonna get the kill lane, cleaning up on Kyle, making sure that Hoffen Esports' little hiccup doesn't amount to anything other than losing a couple of bodies. And with that, we move into role swap, and Hoffen are sitting 5-1. Looking at the scoreboard right here, you can see Kuntal and Killen making sure that they keep their team's kills there, along with Lockdown, obviously. The three of them have the most kills in their team, and then it's not looking that great on the side of Gazelles. Not that many kills coming out from them. Unfortunately, they've lost a few too many gunfights to really salvage a couple of the rounds that they've lost. And of course, the kitchen round that we had the kitchen round that we had a little while ago was just, well, it was just completely unfortunate. But now with the role swap, Hoffen Esports are going to go into defense. They're going to be going for, I believe that is the third floor, the cigar lounge defense, which is standard stuff. We have the Kaid with the TCSU to open up sight lines. They have Valkyrie for intel. They have obviously Lockdown playing the Maestro for that beautiful LMG and even more intel. So it's a lot of intel along with Mozzie and plenty of shotguns and self-destruction capabilities being employed as well. So fairly standard hold from the looks of it, not going for anything too extreme or too fancy. And it's going to be interesting to see how Gazelle Esports tries, and if they are able to take back a couple of rounds from Hoffen and maybe, who knows, maybe even get a comeback. Of course, I say that every time and it just doesn't happen, so I might not say that the next time.
Yeah, we haven't seen a legit comeback, in terms of teams making sure that they... Every team that has maintained that advantage has made sure that they maintain it all around, and that is exactly what you like to see. I mean, at competition level of the Esports Club League, Rainbow Six Siege tournament here, that is moved to phase 2. Everybody wants to make sure that they keep their performance on point, and Lockdown is going to do a little bunny hopping, bee hopping. I don't know what that is called. I don't play CS:GO. I just try to go for those terms here. Try and appeal to the CS:GO players who are trying to get into this game recently, and that has been happening quite a lot, if you'd ask me. There's so many CS:GO players that have approached me asking that, all right, Foxy, how do we play this game? And I tell them, I'll teach you this game when you teach me yours. For some reason, CS:GO is just not my cup of tea. Anyways, we'll be seeing...
It isn't mine either, really.
Oh, hey, look at that. We could bond over that similarity, apart from casting. Yeah.
Two peas in a pod.
Picasa, making sure she is making the best. She first. All right. He's the best. All right. He's not making any use of his utility. He's just going to peek that and get punished.
No.
That's 3 people peeking on Mikasa and is going to dispatch that Ash. Trying to go for that. A little too courageous there. Luther is going to drop another one out of Zoom, and that was a C4 from below. He's going to take one out, and that will be the Hibana being dispatched. AC3. Ace rather. AC3 for some reason I called him that. It's going to be tagged along quite a lot, and that is on to Skylight. And looks like Hoffen Esports want to take every single gunfight that they're being presented with. Equinox being the Heartbreacher, doing Heartbreacher things. Obviously, they've got the Hibana to make that proximity breach rather happen for their advantage. But the Maestro camps are what are irritating them at this point. Killen on the other end is going to find another. Jaeger setting on this camps. He knows exactly when this push is coming in. He knows where those two players are playing. And look at that peek coming in from him. It's all down to Kaio. But it won't matter. Hoffen Esports gets a flawless round on their first round on defense on the side of the cocktail bar on the 3rd floor. What a round coming in from Hoffen once again as they proceed to match point now. Blackjack, what is happening? We are seeing 7-1s, 7-2s. And we haven't really gone to a match that has come close, except if that was GS Whalers match, if I presume, if I'm wrong, if I'm correct here.
I believe it was most likely. I'm not entirely certain.
That is the last match that we saw come so close, and that was in Clubhouse. Is it just the fact that these new maps and the changing metas that are bringing to the table, or players have just come way too prepared, surgically making sure that they're getting the opponent, beating them at the right time, making sure that the timing is right, making sure that the strategy is right, making sure that the push is coming in at the right time, and everything is just falling into place for Hoffen Esports now, as Gazelle Esports are now in a very big, very huge rather disadvantage, as Hoffen Esports sit on match point, and just like we said, a little more untraditional side that we got to see previously, but now that has become a little bit more part of the meta now. We're seeing standard things from the side of Hoffen, as they'll be making sure they spend the utility on the top floor so the attackers don't get free real estate, as we meme lords like to call it. And yeah, they'll just be making sure that they waste as much time as they can on top. It's just standard classic defense of the reading and library room coming out from the Hoffen, from the side of Hoffen Esports rather, as this is going to be that round that matters for Hoffen Esports, but more importantly for Gazelles, as they have to make sure that every single round for them counts now.
Indeed, Hoffen Esports in a very, very not precarious, actually, very, very comfortable situation. They have a lot of rounds to play around with, as Gazelle sit in that precarious spot that I was about to mention. They have a ridiculously uphill task, and the one thing I would like for them to correct from their last round was the fact that they didn't really use their utility to its fullest, which ultimately led to their downfall. The Ash, like we saw, she used her breach charge when she got ADS, and then she just pushed in randomly into side, got taken out by 4 angles, which was a bit of an unfortunate scenario to be in, as we have Jaeger coming back to this round. Killen is going to be sitting in Cigar Lounge right behind his shield. He's waiting for some attackers to push him, like eagerly waiting to get a couple of kills. As the drone work has happened, they know that there's somebody behind this particular shield right here. Zofia uses one of her concussion nades, but it's going to be ADS out, so they know that there's an ADS to stop the utility from being all that useful, but one concussion nade will come through as the push is happening, and that is the Jaeger taken off the board. Very well done. Right, as I said, use of utility. Zofia uses her utilities to the best of her ability, and Zoom, in the meanwhile, is going to take down one more. That is locked down, the Maestro, off the board, actually, as, well then, 2 of Hoffen's more impactful operators have been taken off the board, and now Gazelles are going to look to establish vertical gameplay. C4 comes out from mute, unfortunately, not enough to take down Zoom. Zoom takes a little bit of damage from it, of course, but again, it wasn't enough. Valkyrie out here on the white stairs is waiting for somebody to go down top, as a nice angle held by Lane is going to take down Kyo. And that is the gridlock of the board, as Mikasa goes down as well. That is Zofia gone. And actually, Kuntal gets yet another one. That is Zoom taken out as well. Now it's all up to Ace and Equinox. And all of a sudden, the advantage has come back the hands of Hoffen, Nice and fast. Well done to, all the players, really, for converting what was at once a disadvantaged situation back to their back into their clutches, as Gazelle is going to look to try and come back from this situation that they're in. More drone work is happening from Equinox, as Ace is providing cover for him. But again, with the way the round has progressed so far, they might not be able to win the gunfights that are ahead of them. Equinox trying to get some vertical angles onto defenders inside of sight, but probably not going to find the mute who's sitting there right behind the shelf. He's going to drop down the laundry hatch. Is this going to be it for him? Shots are being fired as Kuntal's going to get one. He's going to be traded out by Equinox, and there's the mute inside of sight, and he's going to get the thermite in laundry. Defenders winning round 8, and a 7-1 cleanup coming out from Hoffen Esports.
Very well played, I'll have to say. It's amazing teamwork coming out from them. They knew exactly when to peak, when to establish a crossfire, when to make sure that they beat the opponents at their own strategies. And look at that, the MVP of the match is going to be locked down. And that was Hoffen Esports versus Gazelle Esports. That'll be it from me and Blackjack for the while, guys, as we'll be resuming with more Siege action in just a while. And let me just tell you, the next match is going to be Raven Esports versus Instinct Esports. Is the Indian fan favorite team versus the Bangladeshi fan favorite team. You all want to be there for that matchup, as things are only getting started and things are only getting more exciting here at the Esports Club Rainbow Six Siege League. This is me, Foxtrot, and I'm joined with Blackjack, and we'll be back in just a while.
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black MVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
Alrighty then. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to WD Black, the Esports Club League in association with ACT Fibernet, Zotac Gaming, and Games the Shop. I am your host once again, Blackjack, and joining me on this third match for tonight is Foxtrot, my co-host. It is going to be on Coastline Raven Esports versus Instinct Esports. So, Foxy, quick thoughts before the match. How do you feel?
I think there's going to be an amazing match, just like we discussed. So, Raven Esports, we saw them have a really good performance in the past matches so far. And Instinct Esports will be their debut match on stream for the Esports Club League. I think it's going to be an amazing match as we'll be going to Coastline.
Absolutely. And with that, and just a little, actually, without much further ado, we will be starting the game just now. All the players are already in the lobby, and here we are at the beautiful map of Coastline.
A beautiful
Well,
map
this is, of
indeed,
course,
very colorful as
mhm.
well. And I've always favored this map in terms of, I would say, dynamic with so much space to go for that soft breach and so many different things. Like you can just throw some operator lineups in the mix. Make sure you can even bring the rather untraditional ops as well. And look at that. We'll be seeing the first ban coming out from the side
Oh,
of Raven Esports. That'll be the Nomad taking on the board. So looks like they want to play a little aggressive against Instinct Esports.
absolutely. And as the second band comes in, this is Jackal being taken out. Of course, unfortunately, Jackal will not be seeing any action on his home map yet again. That is, of course, thanks to the insane amount of roam clear utility that he brings with his very, very good gadget. And the first defender banned from Instinct Esports is actually Echo, of course. Echo, yet another one of those operators who gets banned a lot because of the fact that he has just so much utility, especially with his two drones with a lot of intel potential as well. And we're going to be looking at the final ban from Raven Esports, which is Mira. Again, both the Spanish operators not going to be able to play on their home turf. A little sad, you know. Foxy did ask that why is it always the Spanish operators, especially on their home map. You know, you got to feel a little bit sad for them. But of course, it's only because they are that good. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag. It's either a compliment or an insult. You take it as it were.
Actually, we'll be seeing these operator lineups come up from the side of both these teams. Let's take a quick look at the roster that they have. Bear Firm, Muptasim, Solar Flare, King, and Seth on the side of Instinct Esports, while we have Wardog, Dank1, Zuin, Dadgum, and Russ on the side of Raven Esports. So, quite interesting. We have both these teams have esports in their names, and we are
Being defused by
playing a league organized by the Esports Club. So just a little wordplay going on around the tournament here. We've seen the defense team be that. We've seen them play previously, so we are very familiar with these names. Meanwhile, on the side of Instinct Esports, just like I said, this will be that debut match on stream for them. But these names are already well known in the community. We know how good of a team Instinct Esports has been in the past. Only the forthcoming rounds are going to say how good they present themselves in the future here. What do you think is going to happen, Blackjack?
Well, given that the map is coastline, it could really go either way. This is one of those matches where I don't really feel like a prediction would work out because I could be proven. I have been proven wrong a ridiculous amount of times today. Actually, like I said it earlier, a couple. I think it was last match or yeah, last match or the previous one. I forget which one, but I was very happy about getting 50% of the ban phase correct, and unfortunately, since then I've just been prediction wrong. So I'm not really gonna stake my claim here. Thank you very much. As we move back into the game, uh, as we move back into the game, standard positioning being taken by Raven Esports. They're making sure to not overextend too much, not or peak any foolish angles immediately off the bat. They do have a couple of roamers on the first floor, the Vigil and the Jaeger. Russ over here. I've called him Russex before. It's actually Russ. I didn't see the end of the name there,
The attacker's bomb
unfortunately.
diffuser has
But
been
that
dropped.
is, of course,
Attackers
besides the
have
point.
recovered
As
the
Russ in first floor office is going to be waiting for anybody to push. As I think we have a two-man push outside of Aquarium. That looks to be the Capitao. And I can't exactly tell who the other one is. Capitao might be using his utility any second now. And he has his crossbow in hand. No, he's not going to be using his utility just yet. As Solar Flare in the meanwhile is going to take down Zuzhin. That is the dock off the board, and Capita's Flame Arrow does go off. He's trying to get, I believe, the guy who might be sitting behind the bar in Aquarium, but doesn't look like anybody's there for him to take advantage of. But, you know, you can never be too certain with this kind of map. As Dank will be taking down well, okay, I can't really pronounce that name on the fly, but the Ash goes down immediately, and with that, the body count has been equalized. However, a push is happening onto side from the Aquarium. That is a two-man push, and Raven are gonna have to try and stop that. That is actually not a three-man push. As one is inside of VIP. That is the Hibana, who has made a nice little line of sight there, and that is Solar Flare gone to Dadgam. However, Russ will go down in the meanwhile. King will take him out, and once again, it is a 3v2. King is actually down, and he's going to be taken up by Dadgam. It's a 2v2 double kill for him as the situation gets precarious for the Legion. He peaks. The impact toll, unfortunately, will be taken out by Bearfur, who also cleaned up on the other operator in the meanwhile. And with that, the attackers take round one.
That was indeed a close round coming in from the side of the attackers there. For a second, I almost thought that maybe if Raven Esports had a little more of denial to their advantage, they could have just used that to make sure that the plant doesn't go down. Because once the plant is down, you have to make sure you play post plant, and it's just a huge hassle to come back from it and gain that advantage back in their favor.
Absolutely. Not having the man count in your favor is certainly something that a lot of teams look towards. And they know that it's going to happen at some point in the game. No matter how good you are, there will be a time where you find yourself in the back foot in any given round. And the best you can do is, of course, prepare for that to the best of your ability. And unfortunately, Raven Esports not being able to come back from that one in this round, but who knows? They might just show us they might just show us their mettle in a forthcoming round, maybe even this round. You can't really say with a game, with an esport game like Rainbow Six is, of course. But a good lineup coming out from this. Actually, I believe the same lineup that they have the last round, which is the Legion, Jaeger, Mozzie, Smoke, and the Vigil. Excuse me, my brain's not really cooperating just yet, but I believe I am on my way to getting that reach. So, one thing to be noted is that both the first floor roamers, while they were in positions that they could have taken advantage of, they didn't really come into play. You know, they couldn't really come to play if when the attackers push site. You know, and unfortunately, not being able to get that flank or the retake really when they push site was what cost Raven that round. Now, Instinct, of course, well done to push and get the early advantage. Well, the Hibana inside of VIP definitely helped their case, as Ash is going to be throwing flashbangs through the sunlight, sun hookah window. Excuse me, I'm just a little lost. She sees the pest mark, and she knows where it is, so she can't really push her drone in there unless she wants her utility to be lost. As Solar in the meanwhile will be taking out Russ, again, I messed that name up. But we have, and Solarflare, in fact, is going to be pushing up to VIP, and he's going to be peeking by the black boxes. Zuzhin will take down King. That is yet another operator off the board, and one of the attackers. Zuzhin gets a double nice shot onto Seth, and he's sitting inside of Aquarium, getting a nice set of kills for his team, making sure that they're not put into a disadvantaged situation early in the round. The Jaeger is still in Sunrise. He's waiting for anyone to peek him. The Ash was there previously, and she might just still be there, but the Hibana is opening that line of sight inside of VIP all over again. The one that really did the damage, as Solar Flare will be taken out by Wardog, and the Legion goes out in the meanwhile as well. Ash pushing into sight, has control over, looks like both the sites. Unfortunately, the Zuzhin inside of Aquarium, he won't be stunned just yet, but he will be taken out by the Ash from the other side, from inside of sight, and it's all left to Dank, as he's going to take the Hibana. That's the diffuser drop, but lots of shots are being fired, and the Ash knows where he is, and the Ash is going to peek and is going to get the kill onto the Jaeger. Unfortunately, Dank, not enough to secure the round win for his team, as the attackers take round 2 in Coastline.
That was quite the double kill coming in from the side of the Smoke there, and he could just pick that off. some good shots there, and he was just right behind that counter. There was just no direct challenge that he was facing. He just had to make sure he wins those 1v1s, and he won those. And that is exactly what we saw him do. And a perfect gunplay on that SMG 11 from Zeogen. I think maybe putting him on that Maestro, as we are seeing him go now, could be a rather fair decision coming in from the side of Raven Esports, as you'd want somebody with skills of that kind of gunplay, fragging out with the Alda in his hand. I think he's going to be a little more of a force that you don't want to reckon with.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Absolutely well said right there. And Zujin on the Alda is going to be a good choice because of the fact that, of course, the Alda is one of those defender guns that you just cannot mess with if you're an attacker. It's one of the guns that you have to fear if a Maestro is in play. Of course, his Evil Eyes are deadly as well when used in the right hands, but the Alda is just such a powerful weapon. It's like a chainsaw. It just rips through enemies within seconds. As not to say that Dadgum's Valkyrie isn't going to be just as useful. It actually will be. In fact, it might even be more useful with the intel brought in by those Black Eyes, and where he's going to be placing them anyway. The Mozzie, of course, working counter intel, and the remaining ones being Jaeger and the Legion. The attackers have brought in a Hibana, an Ashe, a Zofia, lots of utility along with the Capita, and of course Seth in the Sledge. Lots of projectile-based utility in the main gadgets department for the attackers, given the fact that all four, the first four of those operators there have projectile-based main gadgets, which is going to be interesting to see how they are going to use them around the map, because of course there is a Jaeger in play. It's going to be interesting to see how this round unfolds.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Oh, dear me. In the meanwhile, Wardog is going to get a shot onto King as King takes out one of the defenders. That was Dadgum going down inside of Sunrise, but the diffuser is dropped in Sunrise, and Mozzie has line of sight on it, and the defenders know where it is, which is going to make it all that much harder for the attackers to push in towards site, because they have to get the diffuser first, because this is, of course, the bomb game mode. A drone inside of offices will probably spot the Jaeger, definitely going to spot the Mozzie. And the Jaeger actually makes a little bit of a push, and Ashe is going to go in. He's going to shoot, and he's going to get the Jaeger. But in the meanwhile, we'll be taken out by the Mozzie. I'm a little slow here. But again, a trade happening, and Wardog profiting off it. Oh, hello there. Russix and Wardog in the meanwhile get a couple of kills again as Solarflare is left all alone. He's going to take down Zujin. Unfortunately, the Maestro not going to influence this round all that much, but it's still a 1v2, and Solarflare is in a bad situation. He's on low HP, and it's Wardog and Russ on, considerably higher HP, especially Russ, because the Legion on full HP in a late game situation is very, very hard to do. He's going to be throwing out a little bit of utility at the officer section and pushing into blue now. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes about clutching this round for his teammates.
That's I'll say surely the health is what is going to be a disadvantage for him to pick that fight, and that is exactly what we saw Wardog do. He's been amazing this round so far. Zofia going for the self-revival. Wardog not realizing that he's down his opponent here. That could just bite him in the back. But 5 HP is not something that you can work with, not in this gunfight against the Ronnie of the Mozzie. The pings are coming in from those pre-placed zones. Will he get that pre-fire? Yes, he will. Solarflare with an amazing gunplay on the Zofia here. He's finally going to shut down that one man who's been doing so much hard work for his team. As Wardog gets taken out, it's now turned into a 1 versus 2. There's no Legion mines that the Zofia is looking for here, as there's no Legion. Oh, there is actually. Russ is going to be there. And excuse me, I just happened to miss the fact that Legion is still into play, and Raven Esports are going to prevail as Legion lands his shots. In the end, only one bullet mattered, and that is exactly what we'll see him do.
Absolutely well played by the defending team this time around, managing to pick up kills left, right, and center. Wardog very good on the Mozzie, making sure that even when his teammates were taken out by a pushing attacker, managed to get the trade on, keeping his team level with the opposition. And with that, Raven actually have, I believe, yes, they have taken a round in this matchup, which is very exciting because it shows that both teams are operating at a similar-ish level so far. Not complete dominance early game being shown by either side,
Attackers need
which
to
is
locate and
always
defuse
nice.
as many
We
bombs
like a
as they
game
can.
that goes on because that means more competition. More competition means more to watch. Lost my track there.
So that is, I'll have to say, you're exactly right. We've seen so many clean sweeps coming out from all these teams around here. It's a 7-1, a 7-2, and now looks like we're having equal battle of minds here, or battle of the siege gods here, as we're seeing both these teams go head to head against what they're trying to do each other. The Mozzie trying to get that drone, but Jaeger is actually going to get
Oh,
it
dear.
for him and not on one of those pests, and that is exactly what frustrates Wardog a little bit. Wardog has been amazing in the last round, and I really like how Raven Esports are putting in all of that to work for their team. One by one, they have the shining moments here, and exactly in moments like those is when you realize the true potential of a player, and Raven Esports are making sure that they don't let themselves down. It's just been an amazing show of every single player on this team so far. We saw great shots coming in from the side of Instant Esports as well, but they did give away the advantage in the last round. So let us look how this attacking team here tries to counter whatever the defense is bringing up, and a standard push from the side of Penthouse is coming in from the side of Instant Esports just as we speak about it. Make sure there's no roam play coming on from the side of Penthouse areas. And already we're seeing lifelines being deployed onto the Valkyrie. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we are going to see King. Actually, he's going to pick out the Russ, and that'll be the Legion out of the board. And IQ using the Commando, it's been amazing so far. And was that the match on Villa that we saw yesterday, Blackjack? That IQ was being employed with her AUG and not the LMG.
I believe
And
it was. Yes.
yeah, and that was quite the sight to watch. I mean, I wouldn't say exactly that is not the gun you want to pick, but then again, you usually don't see people bring that to the table with the amazing other two guns that IQ has to her disposal. Barefoot making his way on this white hall here. He's going to see that anybody flying from white stairs does get caught out. Solar Flare, meanwhile, is going to be watching his flank as well as the crossfire. Meanwhile, on the side, the push comes in, and Dakun Sama is going to be the one to reply back to Winston Esports as he's going to shut down King. I assume, yes, that'll be King, the IQ being put to sleep for the moment, and the C4 does come in from Dadgum. Meanwhile, the scoreboard is just lighting up on the other side of the map here. Look at that C4 play coming in from Wardog as well. Doesn't connect or anything, but surely does hinder the attacking side a little bit. A 3 versus 3 now. Things are equalized in terms of man count for both these teams. 50 seconds remaining. Barefoot is just going to walk into the crosshair of the Wardog. He's going to get the double kill for himself. He's been amazing so far for his team, and now it's back to a 1 versus 2 as Seth is going to refrag onto him, but the Jaeger is here from the side of Raven Esports, and we go to a 2-2 equalizer coming in from this defending team here. What a round, what a fury of kills that we got to see at the end of the round there, and necessarily that was not even the end of it. We still have had 40 seconds left on the clock there.
Absolutely, and that is exactly what you said. The scoreboard lit up as soon as the kills started dropping, and after that, it was dead operator after dead operator nonstop until in that 1v2 situation. Unfortunately, Seth wasn't enough to bring it back for his team, and we have seen some brilliant clutches, but it's like a dime a dozen. You get a great clutch, but there's like so many failed clutches before that. So, which makes clutches like those obviously a thing to be cherished, shall we say? Coming back into the game, of course, we are going to be switching up sites yet again. This time we are in the bars, the Sunrise and Blue Bar, and this time the Wamai has been brought in by Raven. That is, of course, Zusian playing with that utility denial operator. Speaking of utility denial, Dadgum this time on the Jaeger going to be very influential, I presume at least. They also have the smoke for area and plant denial. Of course, he would be, I think, best used in Sunrise, unless I'm proven wrong again, which seems to be a theme this today. And finally, the Mozzie counter intel and intel denial. it's all in good fun. Of course, it's all in good faith that they bring these operators, and the attacking side, of course, they're not going to be caught lacking. They have the Buck Solar Flare this time playing an operator with a lot of vertical utility with that shotgun that he has. As well, I think he already put that to use, and yeah, the round is actually already well and truly underway. Oh dear me, the Wamai inside of Hookah gets taken out by the Buck. Just as I was speaking about him, that is, and in the meanwhile, War Dog has also gone down. So Mozzie is gone as well. Unfortunately, two big operators. As another one goes down, I can't even keep up right now. But this time, Instinct has not slowed down after getting an early kill. They have just gone on. King has gone down in the meanwhile, obviously, but Dadgum sitting inside of Sunrise, he's in a bit of a precarious situation. Side push is, of course, happening as the smoke is going to be taken out by the Ash that is inside of Sunrise. Well, unfortunately, my feed skipped for a little bit, so I wasn't able to cast what happened in the middle.
I'm actually very surprised on the way these rounds are going off. We did not even hit the 2-minute marker, and Extreme Esports was all over the map. They had the reconstruction coming in from the top floor as well, and they were already right beside the site there. And that's these rounds are just happening way too fast, and I'm just glad that Raven Esports has come prepared. They know exactly what to do. We saw this one round be a little overpowered on the side of Instant Esports as they got that roam clear done a little too early, or that refrag from the side of Jaeger, and the attempted kill on to the Ash in the end that we saw that coming in from smoke did not work, but still that was a good attempt coming in from the side of Raven. And on the last round we saw how War Dog was ready to answer back with double kills of his own, and it's just a to and fro game that we're seeing happening right now. Instant Esports, as they put themselves up by one round in advantage. Will that matter in the late game is what is going to be the changing factor for these two teams, as we'll be proceeding to round 6 so early into the match already, as all these rounds have been lasting a little too short, if you'd ask me. There's just not enough utility of the timer this time around from both these teams, as they know exactly how the opponent is playing and they like to play in that fashion. The role swap happening after this is going to change a lot of things for both these teams. We'll be seeing Raven Esports. I just cannot commend them enough on making sure that. So what I'm trying to say here is Instant Esports are very fast with their attack. They're making sure that they're getting a lot of ground control all at once, and Raven Esports has been quick to adapt to that as well. We've seen so many teams just not realize how to adapt to a situation like that, but Raven has just been amazing, making sure stuff like that doesn't go down, at least not in this match. Solar Flare, we're picking that Amaru, quite important. Alright, Jaeger starting things off, and that is Dank picking out an amazing headshot onto Solar Flare from the toilet onto the Lambo door, and that was just pure gunplay on the carbine, and looks like Raven Esports are not stopping in the potential of the gunfights that they have here to take against Instant Esports. We're seeing Russ hold down onto Kitchen. That'll be the Legion, as I missed them in the one of those rounds there. Drone gets caught up by Mozzie here, as IQ is trying her best to make sure she gets the drone in. That little pre-fire that she's trying to get the barricade as well. Meanwhile, Seth on the other end is going to be stationed outside service entrance, while Russ, as we saw him hold that angle there, is going to get one kill, and that'll be a freebie, as there's just a walk-in coming in from the side of Instant Esports. Dadgum on the other end is going to get one, and one by onto one another. That's going to make the Hibana be the last man or the woman alive, and that's a trade. Look at that. I'm just amazed by what Raven Esports is bringing to the table here. They've got such a good gunplay. They're taking all these fights that usually you don't see anybody do, and I would just say that these are just ballsy plays that are paying off for Raven Esports. Look at that headshot percentage on this side of the team here. 3-3 is the equalizer, comes in, and now we'll go onto the role swap.
Definitely very, very well played there by Raven Esports. And once again, equal on the round count. This is one of those close games, as I said a couple rounds ago, and it's going to be very, very fun to spectate and cast this one. We did have another close game a couple games ago. I forget exactly which team it was, but it went something similar to this. It was equal all the way up to round 5 until one of the teams managed to get an advantage and take it 7-5, I believe. I might be exaggerating a little bit, the scores that is, but it's been a while, and this match has got me excited because it's an equalized game. So I am, I'm more focused on this one than I am on my memory. But that's besides, of course, the point. Now then, with Instant Esports on defense, they seem to have gone for that. Give me just a second.
It's okay, Blackjack. I've got your back. Saying Moptasim, he's for some reason it's just a weird observation by me. We saw the Jaeger run towards, sprint towards the map here while aiming his crosshairs on the way down, and for some reason that is just something. In the sorts of, alright, we are seeing a double spawn peak coming in from the side of Instant Esports. That aggression from these two teams, yo, what is going on, Blackjack? It's a frag fest that these two teams are bringing to us, and we just love to see that. Seth is going to drop his kill, and that's a lovely spawn pick coming out from the Vigil there. Look at that. He's going to drop the IQ. What is going to be the receiving end of it? Seeing standard push coming out from the side of Raven Esports after getting that little disadvantage in terms of man count. Vigil will be stationed outside the Lambo door. Inside, rather, is going to get taken down. Buck will be the one to make sure his bullets land inside the body or the head, for that matter, of the Vigil there. A 4 versus 4 equalizer in terms of man count, and now the 2-minute mark is almost knocking on the doors of these two teams here. Standard drone work coming in from both of them as well. They're making sure that the intel is perfectly controlled on both these sides. We're not seeing a heavy, I would say, emphasis on the side of Raven Esports trying to, Instant Esports trying to go for intel, but look at Solar Flare. He knows somebody's reverse rappel on that aquarium balcony. He's got to make sure he makes this kill happen, as those frisbees, as we like to call the Wamai magnets, are going to be something that Wamai can, comfortably stay here, stay alive, but the Buck is going to add a little bit more spice to that mix. He's getting buffed from down below, and the Skeleton Key doing so much work is going to have to shake things off for Wamai. Wamai is trying so hard right now to fight these three attackers, and he's going to get one despite that. That is a win, if you'd ask me, for the side of Raven Esports, or rather, Instant Esports. Is just, I'm just too confused on from the side swap and how these both teams are choosing to play on the frags. Excuse me, that I meant that was Instant Esports. Bearfur is going to be holding down the aquarium as well. Moptasim, meanwhile, he's on his flank here. He's going to find the Buck, and he will. What a great peek coming out from him. Tries to go for that second kill, but doesn't find anybody rappelled on that big window there. Seeing King still chilling out on the hookah side here. He's pretty much uncontested at this point, as obviously you don't want to smoke to over peak with the denial that he brings to the table. We'll be seeing Bearfur taking this peak anytime now, and he will do so. The gridlock stack stringers are coming into play as well. He hears those barbed wires being broken. He's got to make this peak happen, and he's going to get dank. He'll get another. No, he won't. He's going to lose that gunfight against the gridlock, and it's a 2 versus 1 now. It's all down to the gridlock, and that'll be Russ to make things happen for his team. And look at that pre-fire from Instant Esports from below. That information being created right off these holes that we saw Buck make, and look at that. Alright, Moptasim, that's quite the kill.
Well done.
To end things for that round and put yourself in a 4-3 advantage.
Well played once again on the side of the blue team. And that last kill right there, very, very well done from the Jaeger. And now a lead has been, well, not cemented. It is, of course, 4-3, and it could be equalized right in the throes of this very round, as we're going to be going into kitchen. And the alibi, I think, is being brought out by Solar Flare. No, in fact, it has been 6th picked out, maybe? Yes, for the Doc. So Doc being brought in, the reliable trench medic operator, of course, that is his elite skin. And as we look at... never mind. I'm just
it's okay.
my brain is just...
We have our brain lag moments, and with I know as a spectator myself, we're having so much information that we are getting fed on, and we just have to, prioritize on what is the right thing to cast, and it just happens, Blackjack. I mean, come on, we are witnessing the match at such a good level of competition, and it's just been amazing so far. 4-3. This is, in fact, don't you think this is the closest match that we've casted in a while?
10 seconds remaining.
In some time, most certainly, at least in the last couple days.
5 seconds remaining.
Right. This is really come close based off the map selection as well. Seth, once again, will we be seeing him go for the spawn peak? As that'll be the case, he'll be going for this cool spawn peak as well. There you go. He does get noticed, and he's just going to fall back. He knows for a fact that he doesn't want to overextend his peak, and at least might get a kill on that spawn peak, but surely he doesn't want to lose his life in the get-go. We're seeing Solar Flare holding this long angle onto the guitar hallway, or Hall of Fame as it is technically called. Just seeing some melee holes being established from the side of Mubtasim as well. He's been amazing on the Jaeger so far, as we only have seen one round rather, of the side swap come in. Seeing Gridlock making her way onto the VIP area. She's got to make sure that you get the top floor control down to hinder the defense that is on the side of the kitchen. Make sure you get that soft reach done. They've got the buck as well. Once again, Dadgum is going to be the Capitao stationed outside service entrance. He's just going to chill out at the moment. Wardock has already dropped the penthouse hatch, quite interestingly. The ACOG versus the ACOG fight is what is the talk of the moment here. And look at that, Mubtasim is going to get Zujin. That's a great kill coming out from the Jaeger, and a good cover instead. IQ is going to use a breacher to maneuver back onto that hallway, as she knows there's no other way out of that little spot that she's stuck in. Zofia is going to be watching the angles as well for his team, but Solar Flare is going to be the victor out of that gunfight, as he can still juice himself back up, but that won't be necessary as he's still trying to land his shots on that Gridlock. He does do a damage, and a lot actually. He's going to be on his double kill and make it a 5 versus 2, or make it a 5 versus 1 rather, as Dadgum is the only one left alive on the side of Raven Esports, and looks like Instant Esports are finally getting up to take a marginal lead against Raven Esports. Even that would be a 2-round lead. That is still a very big thing for his teammates here. Seeing those fireballs come out from the side of Dadgum, won't land his intended mark though. Seeing that peek from the hallway, and look at that flawless round from Instant Esports. Just amazing gunplay from all of them, and it's just too fast that these rounds are happening, and it's just amazing to watch all of that happen. Instant Esports finally putting themselves up against Raven Esports, and now this is going to be a ladder climb for Raven Esports as they try to make sure they get 2 rounds in succession for equalizing against Instant Esports, because if they don't, Instant is going to proceed to match point. They're just one potential win away from going to match point. We're seeing them attempt the penthouse and theater defense, quite interestingly, as I did not think that was still in the books for so many teams. That has now become an obsolete site. You don't want to go there. You don't want to risk losing on that side there. Meanwhile, on the side of Raven, we're seeing Zujin bringing the Lion onto the table here, knowing that how Instant Esports has been playing so far. They've been jumping around quite a lot, let's be honest. So looks like Lion is going to be the answer to their counter. They just want to make sure that they get all the advantage that they can. And Lion, after the nerf though, he's been quite stable operator, if you'd ask me. It's not really a prominent change that he can bring to the table, but then again, we saw OG Dragon display some amazing line plays today on Cafe. If you guys got to catch the Shining Heroes versus Saeva Esports match earlier in today's match schedule. Well, coming back to this game though, let's see what Yujin can do for his teammates with the Lion. And once again, we're seeing Seth go for this spawn peek. He's just too confident, man. Look at this guy. Whistle's just been spawn peeking every single round of this map, and Solar Flare as well. Wait a minute, that's a very strategic spawn peek. Look at that. Such a good extend outside the hookah and still not detected, making sure that his body is only visible outside exactly how much he wants it to be, so that you don't get detected. That's just exploiting Ubisoft now. Come on, Doc. You can't do that. Seeing...
Oh, well.
Bomb
setup. A very standard setup, if you'd ask me, from the side of Ancient Esports here.
Absolutely. And as the Jaeger sits right by the double window, he's going to have to be wary of the rappel. They do have their roamers, that is Instinct Esports, running around down below, making sure, especially with the bandit downstairs, that's going to be grounds for a potential future play. But who knows at this point? Bathroom hatch has, of course, been opened, but the two-stack push on that red hallway is what's going to really matter the most, as well as the lion on the double window. And the smoke is actually playing a little ballsy right by the door into Penthouse and between Penthouse and Theater, excuse me. He, of course, has a shield there, which is a little bit of cover. As the drone goes into sight, it will, of course, spot the vigil markers somewhere close by, but they won't really know where he is. And it's going to be up to Solar Flare and his buddy King inside of Theater to hold off the attackers from pushing in and making their life a little bit more miserable, which is exactly what the attackers are going to be looking to do, of course. Seth, in the meanwhile, is going to get Zujin. That is the line. I believe that was a run out of kitchen, the service entrance door. And the line off the board is a huge relief for Instinct Esports, because that means he is off the bat, as some utility of Gridlock is going to be taken out. But Gridlock, of course, the operator is still in red. Some shots are fired onto Solar Flare. He goes down low. Of course, being the dog, he can heal himself back up, as Wardog is going to take down Seth in the meanwhile. And Dank is also going to take down the Jaeger. And the push is coming in from Instinct Esports. No, excuse me, Raven Esports. I confused them right there for a second. But the push is definitely coming in from these teams.
We did not see that line deploy even one single EE1D, and that is going to cost them. And Wardog adding insult to injury there is going to take out the dog here. And now Raven Esports stand at a huge, massive advantage for themselves. Plan is going off as well. Dank 1 is going to get on a double kill. King is going to push back, but Raven Esports are going to prevail in that round, at least with a very good attack, making sure that they maintain that man count until the very end is what got them that victory. Smoke not even able to try and go attempt that gas grenade throw that he was trying to do to deny the plant there. And just like I told, now this is a rush to who reaches match point first. Now Instant Esports are one round away while to proceed to match point, and so is Raven Esports into that equalizer. What do you think is going to happen, Blackjack? A quick prediction on so far for these teams' performances. What do you think? Will the equalizer come in, or will we see String go to match point?
Well, it's definitely going to be interesting to see which team gets to match point first. Of course, this is, as you said, a race as to who gets to match point first, because if one of them gets to match point and it equalizes again, we might be seeing potentially overtime, which would be very exciting, because overtime is where it's like a game for all the marbles, and it's where it's do or die. You can't really not bring your A game to overtime, because it's just not that kind of situation. High pressure, high stakes. Of course, not to say that the rounds right now aren't high pressure and high stakes. They obviously are, as we're going to be seeing a hookah defense being brought out by Instinct Esports. Unfortunately, their Penthouse defense didn't really go so well last time, so they're going to be looking to maximize their chances of winning, going into hookah right here as the site has been open for them. And it's going to be interesting to see how Instinct is going to, counter this hold that they have.
I just cannot. Instinct is bomb peeking every single round, and for some reason it just bothers me. Like, why would you do that? It's not that you do not want to do that, especially with the kills that they've been dropping so far. Like, that's been amazing. The advantage that they're getting so early on in the round, and that man count is what matters in the end. No matter how strategic you try to be in this game, in the end it's all about the gunfights, that you win or you lose. And you just have to make sure that strategically you're taking those gunfights in a better position. Than look at that, just having a little crouch party going on with the Jaeger. He met the Legion, they both crouched. He met the Vomai, they both crouched. So it looks like they're just having a little excuse me, fun in the comms there amongst themselves. Vigil will be stationed on to the penthouse here, and that is Seth. He's been doing a lot of damage to Raven Esports so far with his sneaky plays. Obviously, with the Vigil's ability, cannot spot him on your drones. We're seeing a very dedicated push from Aquarium coming in, and Zujin is going to drop War Dog. It's just a very
Oh, dear me.
unfortunate nade coming out from the side of the sledge here. And he's going to drop himself a rip in the chat there already. Seeing, making sure there's nobody coming in from luggage here. Seeing that little melee ho being made on that barricade, and they know exactly what went down in the early seconds of the round. Wamai is going to be the first one to pick fights, or rather the second one, but make that, I stand corrected. Oh, look at that pre-fire from the Wamai. Judges exactly when the sledge is going to be there, and he's going to get that frag as well. Barefoot is going to be here stationed inside Aquarium as well. It's a double duty that is coming in onto Raven Esports from the side of Instinct here, as they are geared up to stand and take this to match point. It looks like the rotation has come in from the side of Raven Esports as well. Yes, it is. IQ and Russ. That'll be the gridlock stationed outside the hookah balcony. They've got to make this push. Have a look at that shot from IQ. Is going to punish the smoke for standing behind that soft wall. Where Solar Flare is going to get dadgum, and he gets a free rotate back onto the blue bar here. I'm not sure what happened there. But we have two defenders off side already, and it's all down to these two on side from the side of Instinct Esports. It's a 2 versus 4 now. Impacts are coming in, as I like to call them, the Pokeballs are in place here. Got to catch them all, and Muktasir is going to go for this run out here. He's going to try and land his shots on IQ, but he won't land one, but he'll get the other anyway. What a great drop down coming in from Muktasir before only Barefoot could go down. 5 seconds left on the board. It's all on Dank. One, he gets one, he gets two. That's a triple for him this round. He gets two more, and that'll be the ace, but no time left. No diffuser in hand. No map control either, and Instinct Esports are going to proceed to match point.
Unfortunately, too little too late coming out from that IQ there. Did a very good job making sure that the too little too late coming out from that IQ, as I just said, of course. A couple of good kills, but unfortunately just not enough time to pick up the diffuser and get back into sight. And now at match point, Instinct Esports is going to be looking to close this one out. They even have the Warden this time. They're getting so confident in their defense. Maybe, of course, the Warden might just be a bamboozle. Looks like he might just be sixth picked out, but a Monty actually being brought in by Dadgum. That's actually very, very interesting. And yes, the Warden was in fact sixth picked out for the terror that is Caveira, of course. You know, as the casual community calls her, the demon woman. Unfortunately,
this is the first Caveira we're seeing on the TEC Cup stream here, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Let's
go. I believe so. Anyway.
That will be Muftasam. He's bringing the shotgun to the board as well. So, I for some reason, if the map is coastline, I would select the SMG over the shotgun. There's not many, close range fires that you can pick on this map here. Unless, of course, you have the fastest hand in the west, and you can just rip out your pistol. And with the Luisian, you can make sure you get those frags in for yourself, for your teammates, at least a down, as we all know how just a bullet to the head from the pistol of the Caveira downs the enemy. I don't know exactly how that works, but it somehow does. I mean, it's how the Luisian works. We're still seeing him go for the spawn.
You gotta break some rules.
Look at this man here. He has no mercy. He is also courageous, and King is actually going to drop his teammate at a solar flare.
Excuse me?
That was a sad play from the side of Instinct Esports there on site. As they're sitting on match point, you wouldn't want to be making mistakes like those, as every single thing that you do in this group stage is going to matter on how things turn out. And look at that, Monty already getting ready to go for that rush plant here right behind the shield, the gridlock, track stingers, and just as they look so beautiful spread out in that pattern, and that service entrance hallway is going to be a really big problem that the defense has to fight out for. The flank is being watched by the gridlock track stingers as well. There's a 5 stack from Raven Esports right out of service entrance. They've got to make sure they get 2 rounds in succession without losing. All things Esports is just going to convert on it. Do we see the C4 in play? Yes, the bandit is still going to have that C4 in his pocket. He's going to make sure he gets those track stingers as well, but the IQ is going to drop one kill on the other end of the map, and that'll be the Caveira dispatched. We're seeing Bannon take really aggressive peeks here from his side. Barefoot is going to go back to the Lambo door, tries to land his shots, but the MP7 against the buck. Not landing enough shots though. He's got to white peak this one and he's going to do it. He's going to get the buck, and that is going to bring things. Give it a little breather for Instant Esports at this moment. It's a 3 versus 4 now. They've still got the advantage, and that is Raven Esports. He goes for this long flag and he's going to get one. He's going to get another. That's a triple kill for Barefoot. What is going on? This bandit is going nuts on the attacking team here, and now it's all onto the Montaigne and the IQ, as they were trying oh so hard to make sure that they keep things alive for their team. But Barefoot is going to be that a little shift in the balance for Raven Esports, as he just hinders the attacking team here on round 11, I presume. Yes, that'll be it.
Yes,
We are seeing Dank 1 trying to pick this fight against the bandit. The bullet traces are coming in. He knows he's playing so close to this door here. He could just hear him out, and oh, he's missing his shots on that bandit, and bandit finally gets dispatched by Dank 1. But we're seeing the Jaeger outside. King is alright. King is alright. He gets that. He's still going to win that fight against the IQ. Mountain is here to still refrag onto him, and Seth versus Dadgum is going to be the 1v1 you would hate to see. He's got the impact nades as well. That is going to do a lot of damage to the Mountain, but if only you let him close to yourself is what is going to matter. Only 8 seconds left, as now all Seth has to do has to run away from the Montaigne, but the Montaigne is actually going to be the planter. He's going to go for this plant, and no time left on the clock. I think TEC Esports are going to win this and proceed with the victory on 7-4 on Coastline against Raven Esports. And what a play! What a round! What a match! It's just a frag fest that we got to witness here today from the side of this team here. Just amazing. Oh my god.
Oh, absolutely. What seemed to be a close game ends up being this scoreline that you see here, 7-4 in favor of Instant Esports, as they run away with the game right towards the end here. Very well played to both teams, of course, not to say anything less of Raven Esports. They did very well in the time that they had to themselves. And with that comes to an end our third game for today. So with that, thank you everybody so much for joining us for this match of WD Black's the Esports Club League. Thank you, Foxy, for joining me. We, of course, have more action and more Rainbow Six Siege coming to you tomorrow. Oh, dude, thank you so much for covering that. Oh, the stream lagged in the middle.